This is live severe weather coverage from Ryan Hall. The date is May 19, 2022. This live broadcast will be recorded and made available to watch at a later date.
I'm headed northbound on 55, and I'm targeting that Renegade just to the northwest of Festus that's heading right towards downtown St. Louis. I'm not sure if it's in the stable air or if it's surface based. My temperature right now is down to 86, and I'm about 25 miles off to the south of it. That could definitely be an issue, but also kind of targeting the apex of the bow echo as it's ejecting towards St. Louis.
All right, welcome and hello everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We are live once again right here on the Ryan Hall y'all YouTube channel. How's everybody doing? Where's everybody from? Let's see the chat. I want to see everybody's locations. Where do we have the most people watching from today? I bet it's Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. Possibly we've got a bunch of people up here in Minnesota and portions of Iowa and Wisconsin as well. Let's see where you're from. We are live once again here. I know it's been a while. It's been, I mean, it hasn't been that long, but I mean, it's been a little while since we've been together here on a live stream, and that's because we've been working on some stuff in the background. We've been hiring some people, training some people. We just needed to take a step back from the content creation so that we could make sure that we could continue to do this as we go in the future. Sorry for not being there, but we're back now. Okay, we're back now, and we are watching an incredible setup of severe weather all up and down portions of the Ohio Valley into the upper Midwest. We have several areas to watch right now. We're going to go ahead and dive into these one by one. The first one I'm going to touch on is over here in Kentucky and Indiana. We have a large severe thunderstorm watch area from Bloomington down through Louisville. And then also down into Lexington, Kentucky, down towards Somerset. All of eastern Kentucky is included in this severe thunderstorm watch. And I do want to go ahead and let you know what's going on here. I am under this severe thunderstorm watch, okay? These storms are getting dangerously close to your friendly weather dude. And I live in an area over here in the mountains of Kentucky where the power goes off, with the littlest inconvenience. Okay, so we do have measures in place now, thanks to you guys, to kind of keep us from going offline. But in a worst case scenario where the power goes off and the internet goes off or something like that, or if it stays off for an extended period of time, we might lose connection. So I just want to be upfront and honest with you guys. Have a backup plan. If you lose my feed today, make sure you have somewhere else to get your weather warnings, National Weather Service, your local news, whatever you've got. You are 100% open to use that if you lose me. But we're going to try to be here for you the entire time. So we got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down here too. Jackson, Hazard, Pikeville, Kentucky, Paintsville, you guys are all in the path of this. Lexington, you're getting ready to get a big storm. Everywhere north of Lexington, this includes Georgetown, Frankfort, large storm with 60-mile-an-hour winds and potentially hail in excess of 1 inch in diameter. Make sure you're ready for that. Back here towards Louisville, you've got a big storm down to your south and west, and we actually have a tornado warning right now for areas between Indiana and Kentucky, south and west of Louisville. Let me look at the counties for this one. Let's see here. A tornado warning for southeastern Perry County. Let me look over here. That's Breckenridge and Meade County, actually, in Kentucky, under a tornado warning. This doesn't include the town of Brandenburg or Akron, but it does include Irvington in Kentucky, okay? So make sure you guys are taking your tornado precautions right now. You're getting into the lowest level of your home, and you are hunkering down for a big storm because there is a tornado warning there. Now, it is radar indicated. We haven't had any reports of an actual tornado down, but we're going to assume that one is, and we're going to take a shelter now. We also have to watch these little cells popping up down here north of Beaver Dam near Fordsville and north and east of Leachfield, moving up towards Elizabethtown. All of these storms are culminating in and around the central Kentucky area between Elizabethtown and Louisville, so I want that area to be on high alert over the next little bit. Back up here towards Bloomington, Indiana, large storm with hail, flooding rains, and damaging winds is getting ready to come through. This will affect Linton, Bedford, all the way over to Martinsville and Columbus eventually, so make sure you guys are ready for that. No tornadic activity there. And then we've got our big old mesoscale convective vortex back here in Missouri, spinning up. It's like a little land hurricane. You can literally see the spin here on satellite. You see how we've got what looks like feeder bands in the clouds there, back there towards Springfield, kind of feeding into this thing. This is a big swirling vortex that's causing some bad weather in Missouri. This will be moving into the St. Louis area here within the next little bit. Everybody in the pink's under a tornado watch. This includes Farmington, Piedmont, all the way down there towards Sykeston. It doesn't include the Boot Hill of Missouri, but it gets pretty close, okay? So everybody in southeastern Missouri and eastern Missouri needs to be on high alert for this. We do have a tornado warning for Eminence and Winona in Missouri. That's going to be for Shannon County, okay? Shannon County in Missouri. Take shelter now because you are under a tornado warning. Now, that's not all. You think that's it? Lord goodness, son. We got more going on up here as we get closer to Minneapolis. In fact, meteorologist Andy Hill is in Minneapolis right now, or in the Minneapolis area, and he sent a tweet out not too long ago showing what was going on there. Looked like some pretty big hail. Let me pull that up for you right now. Here we go. Can you guys see that? Yeah, this is from meteorologist Andy Hill. Look at the hail bouncing off the porch furniture out there. This is still happening on the northeastern side of town, moving into Stillwater. Okay, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here, and that's also in effect for Baldwin and all the way over towards Amory in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Okay, so this is moving out of Minnesota and into Wisconsin, as there is a very large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here. Make sure you guys are preparing for that. Look at this. What's this pink box? We got a tornado watch for portions.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, Lord. Anyway, I'll get to that for here in a second. We've got a tornado warning for Bell County and Harlan County. My next door neighbors over there under a tornado warning. Okay, we've got a tornado watch over here in Minnesota, portions of Iowa, southwestern portions of Wisconsin. There is just a whole lot going on today, guys, and that's why we're live. All right, you know, today's threat isn't like a moderate risk or a high risk. We're not expecting a widespread tornado outbreak or anything, but there's a lot of people being affected by tornado like conditions or severe weather today. So we wanted to make sure that we were here to cover everything as it came in. That latest tornado warning is right down here in southeastern Kentucky, Pikeville. You're under that tornado warning. Once again, that's for was it Bell and Harlan counties in Kentucky, where we've got that most recent tornado warning. Let's actually take a look at that a little bit up close, a little bit more up close, I should say. It's very odd, me using my local radar here on a live stream. This has never happened, I don't think. Let me download the latest information. And here is the tornado warning. This includes Blackmont and Path Fork. And there's your rotation. Just to the east of Pikeville, Kentucky, we do have some rotation there, a radar-indicated tornado, and this could potentially impact areas near Blackmont and Path Fork in Bell and Harlan counties in Kentucky. Take shelter now. As of right now, this doesn't look to me like an imminent tornado. I'm not looking at this and thinking that we have a tornado on the ground, but it certainly could happen in a jiffy. All right, so we want everybody to get into their safe spots and just make sure you're hunkered down, and we'll let you know whenever it's time to come out. And if I forget to verbally say it, just keep an eye on our ticker down there. We got one of the best tickers in the game. It'll let you know whenever, when you stop seeing your county down there, you are no longer under a tornado warning. Okay, so take shelter, and we will walk you through this one. But unfortunately, we have so much other stuff going on. I have to kind of keep looking around here. We've got severe thunderstorms all the way up here into Boonville, Drip Rock, north of Mount Vernon, severe thunderstorm warnings. Frankfort, Kentucky just got hit by a very big storm. That's moving into Peaks Mill and Beechwood. Large hail and flooding rains expected with that. And then let's also check in on our tornado warning over here close to or south and west of Louisville, south and west of Brandenburg as well. Let's check in on this and see what's going on. There's your rotation. You see the greens and the reds next to each other. This is what we're looking at as far as rotation goes. The green shows stuff going towards the radar. The red shows stuff going away. And there's certainly some very broad rotation here west of Irvington in Kentucky, but it's very broad. You need tight rotation to make a tornado. Okay, it's got to be really tight and close together. So I don't personally think that there's a tornado in progress here. However, there could be one very soon. And when the lights turn green, that means it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy. What do you got?
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to alert you to some rotation possible along I-44 in eastern Missouri, headed up I-44 towards St. Louis near Stanton and Sullivan, Missouri. It looks like it's tightening up as of the last few scans. It's a lone cell in front of the outer circulation of this mesoscale of convective vortex, rather.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. We're going to zoom in on that, and we're going to talk a little bit about it. Everybody say thank you, Andy. And once again, this big line of storms over here is what we're calling the mesoscale convective system. We do have some rotation showing up on this storm just north of Sullivan. It's getting ready to come pretty close to St. Clair along I-44 here south and west of Union. That's the area of interest that we're looking at right now. There is currently no tornado warning for St. Clair or the I-44 corridor between Stanton and St. Clair. However, it does look like tornado genesis could be possible here in the near future, as this is a classic looking supercell. You've got your little hook echo here You do have an area for inflow to come in, but you know, if this thing doesn't produce a tornado within the next, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, it'll probably get eaten alive by this mesoscale convective system, that big area of cool wind that's getting ready to come through. So, you know, if it's going to produce a tornado, it's going to happen here in the near future. So y'all watch out there in Benson, Torres City, Schmidt Ford, and Acre Ford. Let me put this into motion just so we can see the motion there. That's actually going almost due north. So once again, Schmidt Ford, Noser Mill, Nyer, and Acre Ford, and Beaufort. You guys, y'all watch out. You're not under a tornado warning. However, there could be one issued here soon, all right? And if it is issued, make sure you've got your plan in place and you know what you're going to do. If that warning comes through, you know where to go. You know what precautions you're going to take. And your whole family knows, too. If we got kids, we got to fill them in on the plan as well. All right, so this is all getting pretty close to St. Louis. So the downtown St. Louis area and all surrounding areas need to be watching out as it does look like a lot of big storms with strong winds and, you know, isolated tornadoes are getting ready to go through the St. Louis area. Obviously, this is a great time for me to remind you that if you're watching this right now, we need you to share this live stream. Let's get this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everywhere. Send it in a text message to a family member or a friend. Let's try to get this information out to as many people as possible. If it wasn't for you guys, we would be talking to nobody right now, all right? We got to have you liking the videos, subscribing to the channel, sharing, getting us up in the algorithm to make sure that we reach everybody. There are millions of people in the path of severe weather right now. Some of them don't even know about the threats. So let's try to reach as many people as possible. Thank you in advance for sharing the stream. All right, let's get a broad view of everything once again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a lot of people, I'm sure, that are just now tuning in. And there we go. We just got a tornado warning on that storm that we just called out not too long ago. That's for Franklin County, Missouri, and that's exactly for the storm north of Sullivan that we were just talking about. This includes Leslie and Washington in Missouri. Take shelter now.
I'm not sure if you can hear me on this, but looks like that supercell north of Sullivan, just as it was getting absorbed by the line, sure looks very close to producing a tornado. It never got warned, had a severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm wondering if a couple of these renegades in the St. Louis area might do something similar when the MCV slides in south of it, or maybe I need to go for that tail end Charlie. That one down near Eminence seems to have some pretty high echo tops, so I'm kind of at a crossroads right now, but these milky skies are generally not ideal, are they?
By the way, so guys, we have a bunch of storm chasers out there. I was getting ready to talk about that. But that was Reed Timmer, who is currently in the St. Louis area. If we could get his location to say just in the St. Louis area. I believe he's south of St. Louis on I-55. But he's out here chasing these storms, and he's just talking about the Sullivan storm, and now he's kind of focused on the storms over there near Eminence and Winona. So let's get back with him and ask him a little bit more about what he's got going on. Yeah, Reed, we can hear you loud and clear, and I'm just wondering where your approximate location is right now. And I see exactly what you're talking about with the Sullivan storm. We've been watching it pretty close, but that storm down there near Piedmont and Winona and Eminence is also one that we're watching very, very closely. All right, so we're talking back and forth with Reed Timmer. We are talking back and forth. I'm in the Crystal City area right now, mile marker 173. But these milky skies, as I'm heading a little bit north, have me concerned. Normally, I want to play on that strong shear side, the northeast quadrant of the surface low or MCV, but looks like I might have to drop south to the instability. The temperature just dropped to 82 here on approach to St. Louis. All right, thank you so much, Reed Timmer. That new tornado warning that you just saw be issued there, that's going to be down here on this storm. That's near Eminence and Winona. So a new tornado warning has just been issued there in Missouri. That's for Shannon and Franklin counties, okay? So that's for Shannon County, I should say. So take shelter now as they have updated this warning. They've continued it. Also, take shelter right now if you're in Franklin County in Missouri. Additionally, we've got a tornado warning, or actually, I think it's been allowed to expire. We had a tornado warning just moments ago for Bell and Harlan counties in Kentucky, but it's not showing up anymore, so I think that one's been allowed to expire. And then we have that tornado warning for Breckenridge and Meade counties in Kentucky. Looks like they've extended that as a severe thunderstorm warning into Brandenburg, Akron, and over here towards Muldraugh in Kentucky. So we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Linton, south and west of Bloomfield in Illinois. And by the way, we are also watching some storms, some very intense storms up here in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis metro, into Wisconsin, and of course in the northern portion of Iowa. But so far, none of these have kind of popped off in the tornadic sense yet. We do have a tornado watch for the I-90 corridor between Fairmont and La Crosse, and the I-35 corridor between Mason City and Lakeville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So everybody in that area needs to be on watch for potential tornadic activity. We just got a new tornado warning for Carter County, Missouri. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that. Let's see what we've got. Okay, all right. That's a weird little warning there. So I would expect more than likely that this is just one of those things that happens when two weather services are kind of working together to issue a warning. I would say that this will also include the area south of Ellington as well here within the next little bit. But right now, a new tornado warning has been extended into Carter County, Missouri for this storm that we've been watching over here. We have multiple storm chasers out today, guys. We've got Vince Welty. We've got Reed Simmer. We've got Brandon Kopic. We've got Zach and Frankie from Vortex Chasing. And we have a couple of live cams showing this is Des Moines, Iowa. By the way, somebody needs to change the text here. This is not Brandon Kopic. And then we've also got Bloomington,
coming up on St.
Minnesota.
Louis, you can see the base off to the right. That storm that is just crossing the Mississippi River, that's kind of heading in the direction of Bellevue. Thinking about just getting across the Mississippi and keeping up with this thing, staying ahead of the MCV, see what happens on it.
I think that's a good idea. There's a little bit of clearing off to your east, but more so than on the southern side. So I think staying up there and riding along with the MCV is a good plan. We've got you up, and we're following along. All right, so that's Reed Simmer, and then here's a look at all of the other.
Nice, thank you. A little worried about rush hour coming in here to St. Louis, but I'm going to take the south loop across. Should be about 40 minutes into Belleville.
Yeah, if you're a storm chaser in today's setup over here around St. Louis, it's really tough to get across all these rivers. You got the Ohio River, the Missouri River, the Mississippi River. There's a lot of rivers that get in your way as you try to go through the I-55 and I-64 corridor that will take you around St. Louis to then get back in an area where you can get in front of this MCV. And the longer this thing goes, the faster it's going to go. So hopefully he gets in front of it in time. But we're thankful for Reed being out there, because he's going to be right there on the southern side of St. Louis as these two renegade cells might try to do something as they approach the area. So we'll be able to see that pretty clearly through Reed's stream as we go forward. So if you're just now tuning in, we currently have 4 tornado warnings. Most of them are in Missouri. We've got Carter, Shannon, and Franklin County, Missouri, under a tornado warning right now. And then in Kentucky, my thing is still saying Bell and Harlan County, but our graphic system over here has dropped the warning. So if you're in Bell and Harlan County, Kentucky, let's just go ahead and assume that we've got a big storm coming, and we might as well be indoors
anyways. A new
anyways.
tornado warning has been issued.
We need to take shelter, and let's just stay in there until this thing has passed, all right? Pikeville and Harlan, you're going to get some loud thunder, some lightning, some heavy rain, possibly some hail, and a very, very small chance of a potential tornado coming through. Just keep that in mind. Back here towards the Kentucky-Indiana border area near Brandenburg, where we had a tornado warning earlier, that one's been allowed to expire. This is still a very strong storm. I'm surprised we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning over here with this, as it does look to me like 1 inch in diameter hail or higher is going to be possible moving into Brandenburg and West Point over the next little bit. Over here in Frankfort, Kentucky, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is for 50-mile-an-hour wind and 1 inch in diameter hail for Frankfort all the way up towards Monterey. That'll probably make it up towards Sadieville and Corinth eventually. And then we do have our tornado warning back here towards Piedmont, Missouri. So let me refresh some stuff here, and we've got a lot of viewer submissions coming in, so I'm gonna show some of those. We've got people in all of the warning areas for whether it's a tornado or severe thunderstorm, sending in stuff. And guys, if you want to do that, if you can do so safely, if you want to send pictures or videos or reports in, you can do that on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, or you can send an email to pix@ryanhallyall.com, or you can send it on Facebook or Instagram. We've got people looking at those inboxes as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these that our lead researcher has been sending to me here. This is insane. Look at this. 3.5-inch hail south of Albert Lee, Minnesota. This is the storm that we were just looking at from Andy's point of view. That's some very large hail. Just to the east there, or I believe this was actually right in the Twin Cities area. So 8 to 9 centimeters, 3.5 inches in diameter hail there with these storms up there in Minnesota. So batten down the hatches as the storms that are producing this hail are still moving across and now into Wisconsin. Okay, River Falls, Amory, Eau Claire. You guys are getting ready to get in on a big storm there. So make sure you're prepared for hail, damaging winds, and maybe an isolated tornado or two. It's not DVD size hail, but it is certainly something. Here is another view of the hail. Thank you guys so much for sending this stuff in. It really helps us tell the story. It really helps us tell the story as to what you can expect downstream with these storms. This is from Oakdale and golf ball size hail there. And then let me see, what else do we have here? These are videos that I'm retweeting as well. So if you want to see these up close and personal, go over to Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Let me show you this one. So this is a look at downtown Minneapolis, and look at the streets, how there's some minor street flooding going on, but you can literally see the hail floating down the street because there's just so much. It almost looks like snow. It accumulated on the ground in areas there, and now with the melting of the hail and, of course, all the heavy rain that fell, runoff, flash flooding can occur. That's a big thing that happens with hailstorms that a lot of people don't think about, is if you get a lot of hail and a lot of rain, as the hail melts, it acts as runoff and can lead to even more flash flooding even after the rain has stopped. So let's look through a couple more of these. Here's a picture from Zach Hamilton in Frankfort, Kentucky, just before the storm rolled through. So you can see that that's a healthy looking storm there. You can see the updraft. You can see a little bit of a SLC right there, a scary looking cloud hanging down a little bit. Thanks for sending that in, Zach. That's the storm that is now moving up towards Sadieville and Corinth in Kentucky. They dropped the severe thunderstorm warning on that. Of course, we're going to continue to watch these, but I kind of want to focus on these tornado warned storms back here in Missouri, okay, because it does look like these are the ones that we're going to be watching the closest, because we have our storm chasers really close to these. So let's take a look at what's going on here with our storm that we've been watching, and it does look like the storm south of Leslie near Sullivan and moving up towards Washington. It does look like I was talking about earlier, how it looked like if that storm didn't produce a tornado within the next 10 minutes, it was going to get eaten up by the line. Well, that's what's happening now. It's getting eaten up by the line. No tornado is likely going to come from this. However, there is still a very suspicious area of rotation here, a couple actually, and we don't want to let our guards down, because right now, remember, radar data is like 5 minutes old. Right now, something could be happening, and a new spin-up tornado could be happening right at the last minute. So we want everybody to stay in their safe spots in Leslie and Washington. So the lights are green. Let's talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I wanted to tell you that there is a notable tornado debris signature just west of St. Clair, Missouri. That's just east of that tornado warning on the north edge of the storm up there. And that is consistent for 2 scans now I've seen. So a possible quick spin up happened in that broad line of rotation that went just west of St. Clair and is headed northeast through Union and Washington, Missouri, and Franklin County.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing that to our attention, Andy. This is what he's talking about. This is a tornado debris signature, a TDS, or you might have heard me refer to it as a correlation coefficient drop.
Yeah, as you can see, this thing is elevated.
Oh, we got Reed. Hold on.
Very elevated. So I am turning back around to the Cape Girardeau to get that tail ender, I guess. Just not liking the looks of this storm here.
All right, so that's Reed. We'll get back with him in just a second. I do want to talk about this, what Andy brought up. South and west of Union, this is a tornado debris signature. We've got debris being lofted into the air here by an apparent tornado that happened somewhere south and west of Union. No warning for this, okay? And more than likely, this is not still on the ground. That's just how these quick spin-ups work. However, I do want to use this moment to really emphasize how much this is probably going to happen today. As you get a big mesoscale convective system like this moving through, especially on the northern side.
Southeast, so maybe it can kind of peel away from the MCV envelope a little bit and separate itself.
Especially on the northern side, you can see those quick spin-up tornadoes happen a lot of times without warning. So today, if you're in the path of this mesoscale convective system, treat every severe thunderstorm warning as if it's a tornado warning and just take shelter. You've got nothing to lose, all right? Just go. Get there. Stay with us. Pull us up on your phone, your tablet. Watch us. We'll get through this. Once the storm goes by, you'll be fine. All right, so Reed Timmer is telling us about how he is not liking the storm that he's currently on, and he's probably going to bail on it. I don't know if that means he's not going to go through St. Louis or what. Are you still planning on going through St. Louis and then heading east or what? So let's ask him there. And by the way, here's a view of what everybody's got going on. We got Vince, Zach, Brandon.
I'm going back south. I just hate the look of this sky. That storm is very elevated up there. That's headed towards Belleville. So headed back south on I-55 for the tail end Charlie. It's headed toward Piedmont. And at least it's moving right, moving east-southeast. So maybe that'll separate itself a little bit from the MCV envelope, and I can go for the tail end Charlie. Normally these MCVs I'd want to play the northeast quadrant of the low, but in this case maybe a low-level jet will be streaming into the tail end of the MCV.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, Reed Timmer. He's not liking the way the sky looks. He's not liking the way the sky looks. That means if you live out here, you should love the way the sky looks, because when Reed doesn't like it, it means there's not as much of a chance, I guess, of a tornado in that general area. And the reason he doesn't like the way the sky looks is because it's milky, right? We got a lot of cloud cover out there. Remember, guys, tornadoes need convective available potential energy. They need instability. They need buoyancy. They need all kinds of really intricate stuff to happen before, these storms can get strong enough to where they can even produce tornadoes, especially in the supercellular modes, the ones that are in front of that main line that we've been talking about. So, Reed's literally a PhD. He's a mastermind of meteorology. He knows what's going on out there. He thinks that those supercells that have popped up south of St. Louis are too elevated, and there's not going to be enough energy for them to do what he would need them to do to get a tornado on camera. So he's going to go south and intercept that mesoscale convective system, and that's the area that I'm really concerned about as well, too, as far as those spin-up tornadoes go. So that's what we're going to keep a close eye on, and we're going to continue to go back and forth between all three of these areas that we're watching here. We do still have a tornado warning in Bell and Harlan County in Kentucky, by the way. Sorry for the confusion earlier. It's still in effect down here, and we want you guys in your safe spots. However, I am still not convinced that there is an actual tornado down. This is a precautionary warning. Just take your tornado precautions, and here in about, I don't know, 5-6 minutes, if the rain has stopped, you're good to come out. Now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings with 60-mile-an-hour wind and large hail for places near Manchester and Hazard, Kentucky, heading towards Jackson, Kentucky, and south and east of Stanton, Kentucky. This will eventually make it up to the Mountain Parkway here. And I think we're going to see some large hail, some damaging winds all up and down the Mountain Parkway, and then the Country Music Highway from Pikeville all the way up towards Huntington. This is going to happen over the next several hours. Stay tuned here, and we will walk you through it. I might even step outside here as the storm's coming in and give you a view from top of the hill here near Pikeville, Kentucky. So we do have a group of storms back here south and west of Louisville that we've been watching. No tornado warnings right now, but I'm watching these storms hard, especially that one that's getting its act together here near Fordsville, heading up towards Hardinsburg. That's going to be a big hail maker, maybe a tornado producer. We'll have to watch it. We're not sure right now, but we're going to keep a very close eye on it. The lights are orange, so that means it's time to talk to Carly. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so outside of the wicked hail we've been seeing, we do have an initial report of a tree partially blocking the road on Highway 49 that's in southeastern Missouri from a severe thunderstorm, actually. Power lines are down and a propane tank has been overturned. It's a multi-county feed, so we're working on this specific location, but it's apparent that these storms are definitely packing a bunch.
Okay, sounds good. Carly, if you don't mind, send me the most active radio that we've got right now. Okay?
Yes, certainly.
All right, thank you so much, Carly. Everybody say thank you, Carly, for the news there. We're trying to keep an eye on all these areas through emergency management feeds, fire department feeds, and obviously through social media and stuff like that too, so that we can relay to you what's happening in these areas. Because I know the way a lot of times the way this works is we'll say that there's a tornado warning for a certain county, and of course we get a lot of people from that county that tune in, but we get even more people, I feel like, that don't live in that county but know somebody in that county. And then after the storm moves through there, these people obviously want to know information, what happened there, what's going on. So that's why we try really hard to relay as much of the news as possible, not only the weather and like the forecast, but the aftercast. What happened after the storm went through. Okay, so we got more videos coming in. Look at this. This is North St. Paul, Minnesota. Thank you, Julia, for sending this in. That is some big time hail there. Do we got sound on this? Oh yeah, that's loud. Yeah. That is looks similar to the hail that the Storm Seeker drove through not too long ago. Just got the windshield replaced on the Storm Sneaker today, actually. It's been with a big cracked windshield for a while. And also got all set up to get a new headlight for the Storm Sneaker. Don't be driving around in storms like this, guys. They will cause significant damage to your vehicle. The headlight for a Chevy Equinox is like $1,500. Did you know that? It's insane. Barry Bones is watching. Barry is overwhelmed with the amount of naters today.
Cells on the tail end will regenerate, turn east-southeast into the instability, but boy, this event is not playing out at all like I thought it was going to. Kind of the MCV lagging way behind. Kind of that large east-west oriented baroclinic zone. I don't know. Just going to keep dropping south and go after the brightest colors on radar, I think, at this point.
Yeah, that sounds good, Reed. We've got, I don't know if you've looked at the broad scale thing or not, but we've got severe thunderstorm warnings like all up and down Kentucky and Tennessee into Indiana, all the way back up into Iowa and Wisconsin. So we're jumping all over the place on the radar right now. So just anytime you got anything interesting going on, we'll jump right over to you. All right, so that's Reed Simmer near St. Louis, Missouri. Not excited.
Sounds good. Nothing but traffic right now. I bet here in about an hour or so I'll start to get on those tail enders.
Not excited about the prospects of today's severe weather, but as we've stated, this was never supposed to be a prolific tornado today. There will be isolated tornadoes, and we just want to make sure that we let you know ahead of time where those are going. And of course, we also want to tell you about the severe thunderstorms, the hail, all that stuff too, okay? Just because maybe your town isn't going to get a tornado, that doesn't mean that your day or even your life is not going to be impacted by a severe thunderstorm. These things can come with the straight line damaging winds and the hail and really cause some damage. So we're going to try to keep you as updated as possible. Back to Barry. Barry Bones, the most famous weather dog fan in the world. Always super interested in the stream. Look at it. Every time we stream, Barry is sitting there and he's attentive and he is just staying tuned. He's weather aware. He's not scared and he's prepared. So we always love seeing Barry there. And if you want to see this stuff, once again, it's over on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. And if you want to send stuff on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all is the best place to do that. Now, our storm chasers Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic are up here in southeastern Minnesota, south of Minneapolis, and they are in this tornado watch up here, and it looks to me like they might be hanging around and waiting for some new storms to form around I-90 there, and they're probably going to try to chase them off to the north and east. Most of the convection right now is already in the northern portion of the tornado watch box, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here, but you can see Vince is there, Brandon's there, and they are going to be watching this area for us as we go forward. Remember, everybody in the pink box is under a tornado watch, not a warning. Conditions are just favorable for potential tornadoes as we go forward. Now let's come back down here and let's take a look at our mesoscale convective system as it is rapidly approaching St. Louis. There's your tornado warning that's still in effect for Noser Mill all the way up through Washington. If we go to the velocities here on radar Omega, you can see that the rotation has died down significantly, but the straight line damaging winds and the threat of an isolated spin-up tornado is still there, and it exists all up and down this MCV as we go forward, okay? So once again, this is Radar Omega. This is the best radar app. They are a supporter of today's stream, so if you guys want Radar Omega, make sure you go hit the links in the description, download it for iOS or Android, and of course our mods are going to put it in the chat as well. Something really cool about Radar Omega, if you didn't know, is our storm chaser Vince Welty is in the app. If you load up the radar here, up here in Minnesota, you can see Vince Welty's little icon right there, and all you got to do is click it. And now you've got Vince's live stream, okay? You've got the temperature outside of his vehicle, the humidity, the dew point, the barometric pressure, you name it, son. You've got it with Radar Omega. There's no other radar app where you can do that. So I like it. I've been harping about it ever since I started this channel, long before they were a sponsor or a supporter. So if you guys want a radar app, it costs money. Guess what? Good stuff costs money. If you want this, go get it now. And if for nothing else, if you've already got a radar app that you're happy with, just get it to support us. Okay, this helps us move forward. This helps us make sure we can keep the chasers out there and get our team going and everything. So, yeah, Radar Omega, huge shout out to them. All right, let's zoom out here and show you the big time, the broad view of everything. Once again, Eastern Kentucky, severe thunderstorm watch. Central Kentucky, severe thunderstorm watch. Southern portions of Indiana, you're under a severe thunderstorm watch. Tornado watch for a lot of southeastern Missouri, but if you're west of the line here, let's say for example you're in Salem, Houston, Mountain Grove, Rolla, Bell, Herman. If you're anywhere west of this MCV right now, you're okay. All right, this is over for you. We're mainly concerned about areas to your east. Let me look here. Andy just sent me something interesting. Let me show you this. This is the NATO cast. So you guys know how much I like NATO cast. They also do outlooks for wind and hail as well, and he's saying that the NATO cast with off the chart hail risks, and that's pretty accurate with the hailers moving through Minnesota and into Wisconsin right now, and there's possibly going to be more in the next few hours. So look at this, literally off the chart significant hail risks there in southeastern Minnesota. So that's probably going to be the story. That's going to be the headline of what we're talking about up here through the next little bit. Now, obviously, we do have the risk for tornadoes up there, but the big hail, the monster hail, the literal gorilla hail is going to be the main story up here in southeastern portions of Minnesota. And, of course, as you get closer to Wisconsin as well. Eau Claire, get ready. All right, Lake City, get ready. Winona, Rochester, get ready. We got new storms forming back here as well, so those will likely take advantage of that atmosphere that's favorable for the hailstone production as well and cause even more problems. So let's check ins out. All right, let's go over here to the Twitter and let's take a look at some of this. This is from Minnesota, Bayport, Minnesota. Look at this hail, guys. It was awful. Yeah, I'd say so. Some of this hail is big enough to cause, I mean, really severe damage, really significant damage. So keep that in mind, guys. Hail is a lot of times overlooked in these kind of situations, but you got to make sure you're not outside. And if you got any valuable property that you can put underneath something, do it now before the storm gets there. Thank you, Cameru. Thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate y'all, and I am so honored to have space on your TVs this evening. I know there's other options for you. Thank you so much. Here is Brandenburg, Kentucky. Look here. We've been talking about them for a while. This is the storm that's moving through there. It does look like they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that. But I am just about certain that you're seeing a similar situation down there moving into the western portion of Elizabethtown near Hardinsburg, down here in these southern storms too that don't have warnings. So definitely pay attention to the weather, even if you don't have a severe thunderstorm warning today, if you're in south central or west central Kentucky. Lights are orange, so let's go hear from Carly. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, Ryan. So we do have another report coming in of a vehicle that's been rolled on its side on Highway 44. That's in Franklin County in Missouri. Additionally, we have another report on Highway 50, which is also in southeastern Missouri with power lines on the road. There's been an initial report of it being on fire, but we're still listening to check that out. So we'll keep you updated.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Carly. Lots of stuff happening down there in Missouri near this storm specifically. So let's focus on this. And of course, this is a radar hole. A new tornado
watch has been issued.
This is a radar hole. We don't have a very good way of looking at this storm. The good news is that Radar Omega has these live cameras that you can tune into, and as this storm gets closer to the northern extent of Poplar Bluff or Highway 67 there, we can kind of take a look at this storm through several of these cameras that Radar Omega has available to us. So this is a view right now. We really can't see much of anything, but we'll keep an eye on that as we get closer. But guys, we've got major damage coming out of these storms near Shannon and Franklin counties. This is on the northern side of the vortex and the southern side. These are the two areas that we're most concerned about right now. Now, of course, this is also going to be pretty intense as it goes through Frederickstown, but most of the damage is coming off the northern side of the vortex and the southern side. So we got a lot of tornado warnings out here still near Piedmont. So if you are in Piedmont, Des Arc, Greenville, anywhere down here in southern or south central Missouri, get ready. A large storm is coming that has a history of producing damage, and now a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for a large area, and it includes the vast majority of the St. Louis metro area. So let's take a look at the text information on that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County, St. Clair County, St. Louis City, St. Charles County, Jefferson County, Franklin County, and of course Warren County until 5:30 p.m. Central. This has a tornado possible tag on it. So not only do we have the severe thunderstorm warning, but we also have a tornado possible within that severe thunderstorm warning. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. And yeah, this is just going to be a really intense storm. And I want everybody in the St. Louis metro to understand that damaging winds and, of course, the big hail and a potential tornado or two are going to be possible over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So just be ready. No tornado warning for the St. Louis Metro right now, but if it comes through, know what you're going to do. Can't really see the rotation much here on the southern storms. Let's look up here again. We still have a couple of interesting areas of potential rotation south and west of Villa Ridge in the southwestern, to the south and west of St. Louis. So these are the areas where we're watching for maybe potential quick spin up tornadoes to happen. So I want you to know in Gray Summit, Villa Ridge, Pacific, all the way up towards Wildwood, Eureka, and Augusta, you've got a very strong storm coming in, and the winds with this are going to be enough to knock down trees and power lines. But if there is a spin-up tornado as well, we're going to see even more damage on top of that.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So we got a new tornado watch as well. I do want to show you this. I'm retweeting it now on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Let me show you the graphical information. Lots of stuff going on today, guys. Tons of stuff. Here's a tornado watch that includes St. Louis, Centralia, Carbondale, and Illinois. It also includes Western Kentucky, Paducah, Murray, Hopkinsville, Madisonville, and in extreme southwestern Indiana, we've got Evansville under this tornado watch now. A couple tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour. 3.8 million people are in the path of these dangerous storms, and this goes all the way out until 11 p.m. Central. 11 p.m. Central. So, tornado watch for y'all. And yeah, we're going to continue to look through some of these pictures and videos that are being sent in. Remember, pics at ryanhallyall.com is another way you can send this stuff in as well. Let's see here. Looks like we've got some road flooding going on in Minneapolis as well. This will be a very common problem as we go forward. Any place that sees significant rain and hail today is going to have flooding problems. So if you live in a flood-prone area, be ready for that. And of course, in the cities and stuff, street flooding is going to continue to be a problem as well. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and just sharing your experience with us of watching the stream all across the affected areas today. Hopefully, everybody's staying safe. And once again, super honored to have space on your laptop screens, your phone screens, your iPad screens, whatever you're watching on. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you are just now tuning in, we've got a lot of stuff we're covering right now. Here's a broad view of everything. Starting down here in southwestern Virginia, we got a severe thunderstorm watch and a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we're covering. Big Stone Gap, you're next in line. Jenkins, you're next in line. Hazard, Kentucky, you're getting ready to get it. Some strong winds, some hail. Jackson, Kentucky, y'all are going to get it as well. West Liberty, Salyersville, all up and down the Mountain Parkway. You guys are going to be getting in on some very strong storms here within the next little bit. Heavy rain and strong storms are being felt in and around Lexington right now, but nothing severe. But that might change as these storms continue to gain strength and move off to the north and to the east. Louisville, Kentucky, I would expect that you guys are going to see some strong storms, maybe some large hail, some damaging winds here within the next little bit. And then, of course, Elizabethtown, you guys are also included in this as well. Over here into portions of Indiana. Indiana, moving towards Bloomington. We got a big hailer coming through. Look at this. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Newberry, and I would just about bet that they're going to extend that towards Crane and Bloomfield as well. So all up and down the I-69 corridor here in Indiana between Elnora and as you get closer to Bloomington, this is a considerable storm getting ready to come through with hail in excess of 2 inches in diameter. We're talking about golf ball size hail or bigger. Sorry, guys. Coming down I-69 towards Bloomington. Make sure you're prepared for that. And this storm back here is also packing a punch with very large hail going into Bicknell and Washington in Indiana. We got a report coming in of egg-sized hail in Frankfort, Kentucky. egg-sized hail in Frankfort, Kentucky. So all of these storms are packing a punch with the hail today, guys. That looks like it's, you know, outside of the damaging winds with this storm moving into the St. Louis area, hail seems to be the main threat with every single one of these today. So we're going to be watching out for the hail, the damaging winds, and all of that as we go forward. Let me show you up close, once again, the St. Louis Metro, because I know we got a lot of people tuning in from St. Louis. And if we can find a live camera from St. Louis, it would be nice to have that, I guess, in place of Des Moines, because I don't think we're going to have anything going on in Des Moines anytime soon. So if we can find something to replace there, that would be nice. But yeah, St. Louis, this is going to be a strong storm coming through. Now, it's not going to be the strongest storm you've ever seen. In fact, if you're in downtown St. Louis right now, you've got lightning, thunder, possibly some hail with this little Renegade cell that's off to itself here. But what we're really watching is this big Boeing segment that's getting ready to come through. This is where the most of the damaging winds are going to come through, maybe 50, 60 mile an hour. We're not expecting anything prolific here, but we are watching very closely for the potential for maybe an isolated spin-up tornado or two. So this is going to be happening in St. Louis over the next 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes or so. So just make sure you bear with us here. We still got a tornado warning down here for Ellington and Piedmont as well. The tornado warning in southeastern Kentucky has been expired. And then let's take a look at our northern storms. Let's come up here a little bit and take a look at our storms that Brandon and Vince are trying to intercept. Let's load our radar data if we can. And let's take a look at some of these up close. So look, Vince Welty's right here near Geneva in Minnesota. So he was just looking at the base of this storm, and it looked pretty neat. I don't think it looked very impressive, but let's actually ask Vince what he's thinking right now. Hey, Vince. We're just now tuning into your stream. We've got a view of what you're looking at there. We're looking at that storm that just went past Geneva and also all the other ones that are popping up in your general vicinity. We wanted to hear your take on what you think's going on, what's it feel like out there, and what's the plan. So let's see what Vince Welty has for us here.
Yeah, so the one that's just off toward Geneva, we're kind of looking at that right now, just behind the trees. It's really not even much of a base to it. I was just up there, and about 5 miles north of here, it's 10 degrees cooler. So all those storms that everybody's propagating to up there, that severe warned cluster that's about to cross the river into Wisconsin, and those ones up near MSP, those are all well north of the warm front. I think if anything is going to be tornadic, it's going to be down here near I-90. So I'm watching this one here near Geneva, and I'm also watching that one just to our west that's near Blue Earth that's starting to form. I think that eventually one of these is going to go, but we're going to have to get something down here near the warm front. But like I said, I was getting 60 degrees temperature readings, between 60 and 68 degrees in different spots up there, just like 5 to 6 miles north of here. And right now I'm getting 81.5. So a real sharp temperature differential boundary right here. So if something can attach to this boundary and ride it, it definitely could enhance tornado potential. I'm also seeing here in Albert Lee and Austin, winds are starting to back out of the southeast, and then farther off to the east at toward Preston and Stewartville, farther east there along I-90, winds are backing out of the southeast as well. So I think the tornado zone, if it's going to happen, at least in the short term, if we could get an isolated cell somewhere between Albert Lee and La Crosse, that would probably be the area to watch. So I'm going to sit here, and if that happens, we'll take off after it.
All right. Thank you, Vince Welty, who's watching these storms down here in Minnesota. We're waiting for something to latch onto the warm front here. If there's going to be a tornadic activity, that's how it's going to happen. So far, nothing's happened here, but no matter what, the hail threat is going to be off the charts with these storms. Look at this. Near Knapp and Boyceville right now, we have an incredible storm with damaging winds and I'm sure very large hail getting ready to move through Tainter Lake, Colfax. This is moving into the areas north of Eau Claire, near New Auburn, Bloomer, and Tilden. Okay, so make sure you guys are prepared for this. Also, back towards the Minneapolis metro on the southeastern side, a new storm has formed that might bring some large hail into some of these areas that saw, some large hail earlier over here near River Falls and Roberts. So all of these storms have to be watched very closely for the hail potential as we go forward. And of course, we're going to keep up with Brandon Kopic and Vince as they continue to show us what's happening out here. And Brandon Kopic, he doesn't have a tornado on stream, but he's got some Mickey D's. Let's get up with him. Brandon, what's for lunch, man? I thought we were going to come over and see the base of this storm near Rochester, but we got the McDonald's drive-through. And hey, listen, you got to eat. All right, you got to stay fueled up. If you're gonna be out there storm
we're at
chasing.
McDonald's right now. I'm getting a 10-piece large fry and a Coke, and Alex is getting 2 cheeseburgers. We were just sitting here discussing the chase and how not much is going on, and we realized with how cold it is that we accidentally meandered north of the warm front, so we got to go back south a little bit. But we think we're right on it. We're just gonna see what happens. We got to get some food before we get hangry, right?
100%. You got to have those nugs. You got to have them before you can get into what's getting ready to be an intense period of storm chasing, I believe. All right, so keep us updated. Once you're finished, give us a food review or something. All right, we're on the edge of our seats. All right, so that's Brandon Kopic down here near Rochester.
Sounds good.
Fueling up as these storms continue to, kind of work over these same areas over and over again. Lights are green. Let's go ahead and let's hear what you got, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I have been watching the last few scans southwest of the St. Louis metro near Parkdale and along I-44 near Eureka, Missouri. That's moving northeast towards Baldwin. There's an area of possible tight rotations wrapped up in the last few scans. I expect it to go away just as quickly, probably, as it's exhibiting qualities of a spin up. But since it's entering a more populated area and it's currently not tornado warned, it's in that huge severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. I figured I'd mention it ahead of time just in case it sticks around a little bit longer.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy, for bringing that to our attention. This is the storm, by the way, guys, that's literally just now getting ready to enter the St. Louis metro. We're getting ready to see some of those damaging winds break into Fenton, Sunset Hill, Green Park, and then on the northern side, okay, on the back side here, imagine, if you were to go out in a swimming pool, right, and put your hand in the water and then kind of like do this. You've seen this happen before, right? On the top of your hand, it creates a little vortex on the back, right? You've seen that motion happen in water before. Same thing happening up here on the top of this storm. Imagine this part is the hand. Okay, we got some swirling going on back here. This could cause a brief spin-up tornado, and you can see how we've had very consistent readings on the radar showing that rotation here, but it's brief, okay, and it's not very strong. So if we do see a tornado, likely there won't be a warning for it. So we want everybody in the St. Louis metro, especially on the western side of town near Twin Oaks, Valley Park, Baldwin, Town and Country, all the way up there towards Frontenac. You guys need to be watching out, okay? Y'all watch out. We don't think that there's a tornado down. The odds of one happening is very low, but they are higher than a normal day, okay? So you need to just have your tornado precautions ready, know what you're going to do if that warning comes through, and we'll keep you updated on that. Otherwise, the entire St. Louis metro area is getting ready to get slapped. Okay, you're getting ready to get slapped by heavy rain, some hail, and some very strong winds. So make sure you're prepared for that. All right, I'm checking back in now on Twitter. See what else we've got here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, there we go. All right, let's ring the alarm on that one, actually. This is a new tornado warning. New tornado warning has just been issued for that very storm, for that very area of rotation that we were just talking about. That includes St. Louis County, guys. That includes St. Louis County. Let's here and show you what's
About
going
to
on.
get munched by this line. It is sub-severe now on approach to I-55, at least south of the St. Louis area, but I can definitely see the shelf cloud off to my west. It's kind of a diffuse looking shelf cloud. I'm going to continue heading off to the southeast, get in front of the line, and then maybe it'll break apart on the Illinois side.
All right, thank you so much, Reed Timmer. He's going to intercept the line south of St. Louis, but if on the western side of St. Louis, like we just called out, we have a tornado warning associated with that area of spin that's going up towards Baldwin, Kirkwood, Westwood, Chesterfield, St. Charles, and Florissant, okay? All of these places on the western side of St. Louis, you need to be taking shelter immediately, as we are very concerned about that area of rotation on the top side of this storm coming through. Look at that. Okay, we don't have any signs of a tornado being down right now, but if I've ever seen a signature for a potential tornado on the top side of a Boeing segment like this, this is it. Okay, so Baldwin, you got to get to shelter now. Town and Country, get to shelter now. Maryland Heights, get to shelter now. And this also includes St. Charles up here, okay? So St. Charles and St. Louis counties, and also, most importantly, the town of St. Charles is included in this tornado warning, so seek shelter now. You want to get into the most interior room of your home. You want to get underground, preferably, if you can, and you want to just put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible if you have to stay above ground, all right? Interior closet, interior bathroom, whichever one of those has the least amount of glass, you want to get in there and you want to hunker down. You want to bring a charged tablet, a charged phone, something that has cell phone data with you, and just keep us up, and we'll let you know whenever the warning is done for. Once again, we don't believe that there's a tornado on the ground right now. However, there could be one that happens soon. So we just want to be, it's better to be safe than sorry, and we want to take shelter. Now, if you're in downtown St. Louis or on the southern, northern, or eastern side of town, you're not under a tornado warning. But let me tell you, you're still going to get a strong storm out of this, all right? We're going to see 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds, some hail, and maybe even some isolated power outages out here. This is what the shelf cloud looks like as it's coming through Arnold, Missouri. This is what it looks like right now. Very strong storm associated with these kinds of cloud formations, and usually inside of that we have some very strong winds. That's how this happens, okay? We got rain-cooled air, some strong winds coming out of the bottom of the storm, meeting up with the warm air that's getting sucked up in here. That's where you get your shelf cloud, right there in the front. So anytime you see something like that, you've likely got some strong winds heading towards you. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning that includes St. Louis County and St. Charles counties in Missouri. This is radar indicated. However, it is a very large population center, so we want to make sure we keep you updated on what's going on here. We've got all kinds of pictures coming in. This is some of the SLCs coming into St. Louis right now. Scary looking clouds, beautiful looking shelf cloud there associated with some of the stronger winds once again as these storms are moving in. That's in St. Louis. If you can do so safely, guys, and you want to send me pictures and videos, please do so at Ryan Hall Y'all, at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter, or pics at ryanhallyall.com. Obviously, if you're very close to the storm, we don't want you out. We want you in your safe spot. So definitely don't put yourself in danger to try to capture a storm for us. So here is what that storm looks like as it's coming into St. Louis. This is what it looks like on radar. Actually, that's a little bit out of date. Let me try to refresh here as we come back to show you this. And then we're going to watch this thing as it goes all the way through St. Louis. Has anybody, if we've got a live camera for St. Louis, can somebody drop that in the stream text for me? If we, like, I understand we're not able to get it on my screen here, but if I can just pull it up in a web browser, that'd be great. All right. So here's the latest radar from the Baldwin area. Still have that area of rotation. It is still not very impressive. Okay, so we're staying in our safe spots in Town and Country, Maryland Heights, Champ, St. Charles, all the way up towards Shoveltown and Florissant and Hazelwood. But as of right now, we think that the main threat here is going to be the straight line damaging winds. All right. All right. So here is something from St. Louis. Okay. All right. I got one option here. Give me just a second. Bear with me, y'all. Oops, never mind. Nope, that doesn't work. All right. we'll keep looking. Just keep throwing me links. And that's their storm getting ready to go through St. Louis right now. Let's take a look at that on Radar Omega. All right, here's the cool thing about Radar Omega, right? You can zoom in to the street level, so we can see that right now, some of the strongest winds, the front edge of the storm is crossing highway or Interstate 270 near exit 8. We can see that the Daughtry Ferry Road is getting ready to get impacted. And if you live down here, look at all these cul-de-sacs. Look at all these cul-de-sacs. Somebody watching this stream probably lives in one of these houses right now. Guess what? I can zoom in right on your house, and you can do the same thing here, too, if you live on North Ballas Road in the St. Louis, Missouri area. Okay, Radar Omega, links in the description. All right, so tornado warning. It's mainly focused on this part of the storm right here, south and east of Chesterfield. All right, right over Baldwin right now. So if Baldwin isn't experiencing a tornado right now, more than likely there is not a tornado to be concerned about with this storm. However, it's a precautionary radar indicated tornado warning, so we're going to take it seriously all the way up there into Maryland Heights. All right, the next areas that would be imminently impacted by this cyclonic rotation would be areas just east of Chesterfield. It's going to go across I-64 there up towards Fern Ridge and Benbush and eventually Maryland Heights. So just keep that in mind. This is a broad view of what we're looking at here. And I don't think we have any storm chasers that are close enough to this to really give us a view of it. So, we're kind of dependent on our live cameras that we're trying to get access to here. And oh boy, look at this. Look at this. Sorry for the Discord noise. How do I turn that off? Can I turn off the sound from Discord? Okay, thank you so much. This is the NATOcast. Oh, wow. This is like the real NATOcast, too. This has got the HRRR, the RAP, the HREF, the SREF. It's got all of them on there. This just came out, and it's highlighting an area of 15% in southern Illinois and southern Indiana. So as this convective vortex continues to roll through, apparently conditions are going to be even more favorable for tornadoes in that area. If you see the yellow and the red, that's kind of where we're most concerned about. Now, keep in mind, this is an AI-generated forecast. The Storm Prediction Center, the one that's made by humans, the one that we prefer, does not say this, okay? But we do like NATOcast, okay? NATOcast has done pretty good in the past, and we are noting now that it is highlighting an area of interest here in southern Illinois and southern Indiana that could be a problem zone later this evening. So keep that in mind. I retweeted that if you guys want to look at that up close. Do not disturb. My goodness. All right, I should have known that. All right. All right, yeah, I've switched it over there, so hopefully that works even though I'm live streaming. All right, so let's take a look at some of these live cameras here. We've got one in St. Charles. We got one in St. Louis. Let me try to pull this up full screen. Bear with me, y'all. There we go. So we do have a view of St. Charles, Missouri. As this storm gets closer to St. Charles, we'll check back in here and take a look at what's going on there. All right. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning. A tornado warning is in effect for St. Louis and St. Charles counties in Missouri. We have a tornadic thunderstorm moving through the western side of downtown St. Louis. Now, if you're in literally downtown St. Louis, you're going to get the wind, the rain, the hail. The tornado is likely not going to be a problem for you. But we are concerned in St. Charles and Maryland Heights for a potential tornado. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that purple polygon there. Don't be scared. Be prepared. I don't think that we've got a tornado down, but just in case we do, it's better to be safe. Here's a look at the storm approaching St. Louis from Evan. Thank you, Evan. You can see that nasty-looking shelf cloud in the distance. Once again, that's just a sign of the strong winds that are coming up. Even in Virginia, Rose Hill, Virginia, we've got hail. Look at this. It's a good thing that the only vehicles I have outside are both the Storm Seeker and the Storm Sneaker right now, because they're already dented up anyways. Who cares? All right, Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, look at the pretty large tornado debris signature confirmed by our analysts. That's on the eastern edge of this tornado warning, headed through the St. Louis metro near Rock Hill, going north-northeast to Ladue, all of that, Overland, St. John's, along Interstate 170. You guys should be in your safe spots.
All right, guys. Yeah, Andy and our analysts have pointed out a very concerning area near Rock Hill here, where it looks like we might have a tornado debris signature potentially. It is pretty closely associated with that area of rotation there. So what this could mean is that we've had a brief spin up tornado here. And this is obviously in a very populated area. So if you're north and east of here at all, you've got to be in your safe spot. Let's put this into motion. Yeah, so this is in the tornado warning. This is in the polygon here. But if this was to continue in the direction that it's going right now, it would likely ride the eastern wall of that tornado warning up towards areas just west of Brentwood and just east of Ladue and Olivet. Okay, so potential spin-up tornado in progress here north of Rock Hill. This is literally very close to this is in the St. Louis metro. Okay, so let's pull up Radar Omega again. And let's keep up with this as we go forward. This is going to be rain wrapped, so you guys, you can't see it. If we have people that live in this area that are watching right now that are thinking about maybe going outside to try to take a picture of this thing, don't do it. Don't do it, okay? If we have a tornado out here, you're not going to be able to see it, okay? We got a rain-wrapped potential brief spin-up tornado coming up this way. And by the way, this will also not last very long, okay? So it'll likely go away here soon. So we're hoping for that anyways as we continue to watch this. And look, up here on the northern side, it's just south of Maryland Heights, we've got another area of tightening rotation that could lead to another brief spin-up tornado here within the next little bit. So I want everybody that's in this tornado warning right now in the western side of St. Louis to please take shelter. If you haven't done so already, it's almost too late, okay? If there is a brief tornado that's going to hit your neighborhood, you want to go ahead and get in there, because even when I say brief, weak spin-up tornadoes, those can cause damage, all right? So make sure you are sheltered in place and you're covering your head and all that good stuff as we continue to watch this come through. That is a very, very interesting signature there. Now it's much to the north.
New information.
Yeah, there we go.
Tornado warning.
All right, so we have it confirmed now from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service has upgraded this tornado warning to confirmed. So 5 minutes ago, we told you that we think that there's a tornado here, and now we know for sure. All right, the National Weather Service has confirmed it. We've got a tornado here in the western extent of the metro St. Louis area. It is down on the ground right now. If we have this visible on any camera or anything like that, please make sure you're dropping it to me. I want to make sure that I have eyes on this thing. But right now, I can tell you that this is located just to the west of University City, and it's moving off to the north and east towards Bell Ridge, Northwoods, and Normandy. Let me pull up the mesoscale here for you. I want to make sure that I tell you guys exactly where this thing is and where I think it's going. Let's see here. Ladue. Right now, it's just to the east of Ladue, Missouri. That's in the St. Louis metro. And it's going to continue to go up towards the north and east near University City here. Man, there is so much going on in this city. It's hard to keep up. All right, so right now, it's going to continue to move north towards St. John's and Ferguson. Okay, Ferguson, it would also be in the direct path of this potential tornado. The reason I say potential is because even though we did get a report of it being down on the ground, this could lift very quickly too. All right, so but I still want you to be in your safe spot in Ferguson and Normandy, as that's the next place that I would look for this thing hitting. I'm trying my best here to give you a a more concise location here. Okay, so yeah, it's going to approach. So if it's still on the ground, it's going to approach Ferguson from the south and west, or from around Bell Ridge. Okay, so if we've still got a tornado down, it's somewhere near the intersection there between Highway 115 and Interstate 170. If you know where the parking spot is, right next to Irmo's Pizza and the Quick Trip, right off of I-70 there, north of Endicott Park, that's where the cyclonic rotation is right now. It's going to continue to move up north and east. It's going to ride I-70 up towards the Ferguson area if it remains down. Okay, I don't want to scare anybody too much. I do want you in your safe spots, but if this thing remains down, it's going to cross I-70 and the I-70 intersection there up towards Ferguson. It'll enter through the southwestern side near Kinloch, the Ferguson Brewing Company, and Abston Street neighborhood right next to the January Wabash Park. Okay, if you know where Schnucks Ferguson grocery store is, that's the area where this thing would or could enter through. But the last scan there, from what I can tell, does look a little bit less interesting with the potential or the tornado debris signature. So let me refresh. Let me refresh what I've got on my end, and then I'll update you on that. We do have a report of a possible tornado over Ellisville, Missouri. And then the National Weather Service in St. Louis is reporting a tornado debris signature north and east of Kirkwood, at least 3,000 feet. So that was coming in. That was more than likely what prompted that new tornado warning there. Yeah, so I'm not getting new information, unfortunately. So let's come over here to Radar Omega. Once again, we're watching this area. Let me switch over to the velocity and continue to inspect this. If we've still got a tornado down, it's somewhere right in here, but we don't have any visual confirmation from what I can tell right now. But we'll keep an eye on it for sure. We have, if you're just now tuning in, a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado on the ground in St. Charles and St. Louis counties in Missouri. We're trying our best to give you a little bit more information than that, but as of right now, I'm most concerned about the area just south, but between Maryland Heights and Ferguson. Okay, we have multiple areas of rotation, little areas where spin-up tornadoes could possibly happen.
All right, I'm going to cross the river here at Chester, try to catch back up with this bow. You can kind of see the shelf off to the left. It did get severe warning further south, but overall the MCV is expanding and blowing out in size, which means that I think that the low pressure is weakening a little bit, causing the whole precipitation shield to expand a little bit. So definitely does look like overall the MCV is weakening.
So we've got intermittent connectivity issues there with Reed, so we'll check back in with him whenever we've got better service. Lights are orange. Let's hear from Carly. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just to give you a real quick update, I've sent you a picture of a possible tornado, and that's coming from the MDOT traffic cam up there. So take a look at that, and we're definitely keeping our eyes and ears open for any information on any potential damage, and we'll update you in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Yeah, this is the potential tornado here coming from a street camera in the St. Louis area. Obviously, this is we can't tell for sure what's going on there, but that could be it. That could be the tornado that just occurred there on the western side of St. Louis. Now, coming back to the map here, the area of rotation, the area of correlation coefficient drop, all of this is looking much less impressive now, but we still want everyone to remain in their safe spots until this warning is allowed to expire. Okay, once again, we got a tornado warning for St. Charles and St. Louis counties, confirmed tornadoes over here, and we want you to stay in your safe spot. Also in Maryland Heights, that this is like a new area of rotation that I'm concerned about here, that's moving up towards Champ and a Natural Bridge. It's going to ride I-70 there. It just went past Ben Bush, and now it's going to go up towards Vigas, Champ, and of course Natural Bridge Junction. This is an area of rotation that we have to watch here, and it's important that we make this known one more time. Today's tornadoes in situations like this in St. Louis, where we have this big line coming through, we're not going to be able to watch them come on radar like you would with a supercell, right? These are going to be brief spin-up tornadoes. And a lot of times we're lucky that we have the analyst team and we have Andy here to give you those early heads up. But a lot of times the actual warning from the National Weather Service either won't come through at all, or it will come through after the tornado's over. So we want you to be incredibly hyper weather aware all around the St. Louis area as this dangerous line of storms comes through, because we've seen just how quickly these spin up tornadoes can happen. And we just got a new tornado warning that extends into Illinois, it looks like. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, so there you go. That's the newest tornado warning that they just issued that does actually include downtown St. Louis. So downtown St. Louis is included in this tornado warning now, as this very strong line of storms is moving in. So now we need the entire city of St. Louis to get into their safe spots. This also includes Venice, Granite City, Pontoon Beach, all the way up there towards Edwardsville, and of course into Illinois, as this is a pretty big tornado warning box. So everybody needs to take shelter in St. Louis. We do have an area of rotation down here. It's not anything crazy. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, but we still want to be, it's better to be safe than sorry. So we want everybody in St. Louis to take shelter now. We'll let you know when it's time to come out. I'm coming back to Twitter. Look at this, guys. This is St. Charles, Missouri. Wow. So that's St. Charles, Missouri, that big shelf cloud coming in there. A lot of people are sending in this shelf cloud. Once again, if you can do so safely, if you're not under a tornado warning right now, if you're not in your shelter, please send us your pictures and your videos of everything that's going on. Look at this. This is from Corey. So this is near Akron, Kentucky. Wow. Wow, that storm's actually got some really decent structure with it there. That was coming through earlier towards West Point. So these storms in Kentucky are still packing a punch as well. Thank you for sending that in. Large hail. Here's a video from St. Louis right now on the front side of the storm wall, Twill. Thank you so much for sending that in. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming in. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you for sending in your pictures and your videos. That helps us tell the story. It helps us tell the weather story and let people know what's to come downstream. So far, it looks like hail and wind is the main thing. Tornadoes still possible in St. Louis. Still going through my notifications here. Give me just a second. Lots of them, by the way. Thank you guys so much for lighting it up. Twitter is a huge part of the conversation. It's a huge part of the broadcast here. I want to go over to Radar Omega and just zoom in on this storm here, just so you can have a better view of it while I continue to go over some of this information that I'm getting in on Twitter. Okay, so yeah, lots of pictures and videos coming in. I'll let some people compile those, and we'll show some of the more interesting ones here in a minute. But as of right now, I do want to
a new tornado warning has been issued.
If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a widespread severe weather outbreak where we have a big cluster of tornado warnings that have been issued in and around the St. Louis area. In fact, what you just saw there was a brand new tornado warning that does go all the way out there towards Elsa and Godfrey and Otterville in Illinois. Okay, so we have 3 tornado warnings out here, and the downtown St. Louis is included in this. So we want everybody in the St. Louis area, anybody that's in a purple polygon here needs to be getting to their shelter immediately. These are all radar indicated tornado warnings at this point. But if I zoom out, we have a tornado watch that goes all the way through southern portions of Illinois and Indiana. We just looked at NATOcast, and this right here looks like to be the bullseye later this evening for maybe multiple tornadoes. So if you guys live down here from Salem or anywhere along the I-64 corridor between St. Louis and Louisville, really, it's going to be a long night, possibly with more tornado warnings and, of course, severe thunderstorm warnings as we go forward. It looks like these storms that are approaching my neck of the woods over here have weakened a little bit. because I guess there's a lot of cloud cover out in front. Current temperature at my house is 79 degrees. It was 87 just 30 minutes ago. So maybe the atmosphere is kind of stabilizing a little bit, but we still have some strong storms and severe thunderstorm warnings for Grundy, Virginia, and down here towards Jonesville, Virginia. Both of these are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, with hail in excess of 1.5 inches in diameter. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick update. I know we have a lot of people listening in the St. Louis area, so just to give you an update, there are a lot of EMS calls and a few roadside accidents, but none of those appear to be from the storm at the moment. We're still listening to this situation. We'll keep you updated there, but we do have damage reports coming out of other parts of Missouri as well. So Crawford County, we've got some light structural damage happening there. We also have damage coming from
A
Duke,
new
Missouri
tornado
as well,
warning has been issued.
around County Road 6610 with several trees and wires on the road, but no injuries there. But unfortunately, we do have a report of an entrapment in Franklin County in Missouri, which they're currently working on, and we will also keep you updated there.
Okay, thank you so much, Carly. Lots of stuff going on in and around St. Louis. We just got another warning in Virginia, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Buchanan County in Virginia. Brand new tornado warning out here for one of those storms we were just looking at. Let's go to the... This is also very close to me. But we got a tornado warning for that storm just south of Grundy, Virginia. This is literally in... like some of the most mountainous parts of the Appalachian mountain range here. Some of the highest peaks are right in this area. This is south and east of the Breaks Interstate Park here. You guys, please take shelter if you're in Oakwood and Mavisdale and Lemaster in this portion of Virginia. A tornado warning is in effect for Buchanan County, Virginia. How many times has that happened? Not many. So please take this one seriously as that we got a very strong storm coming through. Even if we don't have a tornado, which we might actually. Look at this area of rotation right here. Even if we don't have a tornado coming through, this is going to pack an absolute punch with the hail. Okay, the hail core on this is large. I would not be surprised to see tennis ball size hail coming out of this near Deal. And then, of course, Baldwin Mountain. As this very dangerous storm is approaching Oakwood and Mavisdale right now. Take shelter now if you're in Buchanan County in Virginia. Let's go back to St. Louis, where we have multiple tornado warnings in effect right now, and also lots of hail and lots of straight line damaging winds and all kinds of stuff like that. So let's check in on these guys and let's really dissect the radars, because I know we do have a lot of people. We have a lot of people watching right now from this area, and I want to try to keep you as updated as possible. We're going to have to take Radar Omega over there. It's our most reliable radar. And let's take a look at what's going on. If you're in downtown St. Louis, you've got the rain, you've got the wind, and you've got the hail going on right now. It's a storm and a half. But I think the area that we're most concerned about for tornadic activity is now moving past the downtown area into Granite City, and then also up there towards Namioki, Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, and Wood River. Please take shelter now if you're in any of those areas. Also up here north of Florissant, up towards Grafton, Elsa, and East New Bern, you guys need to be taking shelter as well. Now, if you're behind these areas, like let's say you're in downtown St. Louis, give it 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes. When the rain calms down, you're good to come out of your safe spot. Same thing in Ferguson, same thing in Maryland Heights, same thing in Chesterfield, and all the way down there towards Wildwood, okay? We're mainly focused on the front end of this strong line of storms as it continues to cause problems as it moves through. Now we're getting back into the severe thunderstorm realm on the southern side of this storm. This is what Reed was talking about earlier, where he was getting ready to intercept that storm. It looks to me like we've lost his feed right now, but we do have Zach and Frankie. Okay, so you can see Zach's little marker right here. He's right in front of this line of storms where we could see 60-mile-an-hour winds coming into Steelville and Sparta here before too long. So let's talk to him real quick. Let's see if we can't get up with Zach. and see what he's up to and what he's thinking about today. Hey, Zach, we are watching your stream. We see that you are pretty close to this very strong line of storms as it comes through. It does look like to me like the vast majority of the tornado threat's going to happen just a little bit to your east and later this evening. So I'm wondering if you're just going to sit there and do the intercept on this vortex right now, or are you going to continue to move east with this storm? Remember, Zach's right here. Storm's right here.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, me and Frankie are currently headed east. I think we're going to target that outflow boundary that's kind of draped in southwest Indiana and eastern Illinois. That's probably going to be the best mesoscale environment for a tornado at the current moment. So we're going to try and jet east and get there before we get overtaken by the MCV. So,
all right. So that's the latest update from Zach and Frankie with vortex chasing. I agree with him, by the way, that this area out in front of the convective vortex right in here is going to be the area that's most primed for potential tornadoes today. So I am kind of concerned about that as we go forward. Right now, though, St. Louis is the area that we're watching the hardest. But we still have some big-time storms up here in southeastern Minnesota and into Wisconsin. This is where we have that off-the-charts threat for hail today, so I'm almost certain that Vince or Brandon one's going to get their windshields blown out. So you know we're going to watch them closely. If you're out here, don't be driving on I-90 or I-35, especially within the next little bit as these two big storms come through with inch in diameter hail, possibly even bigger. Let's take a look at Vince's feed. He's right on one of these storms that you can see the base of, and then Brandon, I think he's left McDonald's. Yep. He's left McDonald's, and we can also see the storm that he's getting close to. Brandon is on I-60 heading west. Vince Welty is just to the east of I-35, kind of sitting in the same spot, waiting for these storms to come forward. Remember, there's a decent tornado chance up here as well, so we're kind of waiting to see if that's going to happen in the next little bit. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just real quick, letting you know, we do have a report coming in on Timberline Road in St. Louis County, multiple trees down and light structural damage being reported by first responders.
All right. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to do is, it is dinner time. I just got the notification that the food's ready, so I'm going to take a brief break here, rest my voice a little bit, try to not get back in the situation where I'm constantly losing my voice. And we'll let Andy and Carly take over if you guys can. Are you guys good right now?
I am.
All right, yep. Andy, go ahead. I'll be gone for probably 5-10 minutes or so. Okay.
All right. Enjoy dinner, Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got Carly here with me. We're going to make sure we read out those amazing super chats that y'all have sent in. But first, let me give you a brief or a quick update here. We still have three tornado warnings active. Excuse me. One of them for the St. Louis Metro. The rotation is moved through the St. Louis downtown areas east of downtown in the Illinois side of things near Washington Park, Fairmont City, Granite City, and north to Roxana and Wood River. You guys are still in the path of this thing, so you should be in your tornado safety spots, interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got it, and take some good gear with you to protect yourself from debris like helmets and so forth. All right, so there's that tornado warning, and also one just to the west of that headed north into Grafton, Elsa, and Godfrey, Illinois. Once it passes through, it's past St. Charles and most of the St. Louis Metro. So most of the St. Louis Metro, especially in the Missouri side, is out of the tornado warning, and it's the area of potential circulation and path of a tornado should it drop. So if you're in St. Louis proper, you should be fine now, but it's still going to be a dangerous storm out with some lightning, and some damaging winds are possible as the line moves through, as this mesoscale convective vortex moves through, rather. Okay, in addition to that, we also still have the tornado warning for Buchanan County, I believe is how you pronounce it. And that's just to the southeast of Ryan. I did see rotation tighten up there briefly as it heads towards Vansant and Mavisdale. So you're in a tornado warning if you're in those cities in the Appalachia. So make sure you're in your tornado safe spots there. You don't you don't get a tornado warning out that way very often. Thank you guys for watching, by the way. Feel free to tell me what it feels like outside in the chat. I want to hear from y'all. If well, if you were in St. Louis, you shouldn't be outside right now, but if you did feel it ahead of this system moving through, was it cloudy and humid, or what were you feeling out there? I'm reading the chat. Buchanan, thank you. Or Buchanan, sorry, thank you. Got it. Okay. And in addition to that, we're also watching cells up near Blue Earth, Minnesota. That's where our storm chasers are. And we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for 1-inch in diameter hail. All right. And so, yeah, that's about the update there. We've got, there's also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning right on the tri-state border with Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. And that is over by, let me see if I can get a town name there. That is over by Jonesville. Had to scroll all the way in there. Jonesville, Virginia, you're under considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So lots of active weather still going around. And in addition to that, we are monitoring storms south and west of Louisville, sorry, got it. And these have been rotating for a while, but aren't impressive enough to really warrant a warning at this time. So Carly, if you'd like to shout out our supporters, please do so.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot so far. I've been keeping track as best I can because we have no immediate news right now. I'm just going to quickly go over some of the super chats. Thank you guys, by the way. It's very kind and generous of you guys. So we'll start off. Roger Davidson, thank you so much for becoming an extreme risker and your very generous donation in super chat. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Iron Jedi 223, I love that name, by the way, says, I have a good friend in St. Louis. Should I be worried about him, Andy?
In St. Louis?
Mhm.
Well, I'd have to know exactly where, but as I said, most of the metro is now out of the path of any tornadic threat. Still in a tornado warning, especially north and east of St. Louis. But if you're in St. Louis proper and south and west of it, you're now just dealing with some strong winds in the rear inflow or whatever winds are coming out of this complex system. So still dangerous out there, but tornadic threat is primarily past most of St. Louis and to the west and south of it. North and east of it, still in the tornado warnings.
Awesome. I'll keep going. So we've got another one from Joshy Boy, which this was at the beginning of the stream, by the way. I hope you're still tuned in. Joshy Boy says, hello from Minna, Arkansas. Hello, hello. Voltage Volt says, truck driver from Kansas City on I-72 heading to Chicago. Hello. We really love and appreciate our truck drivers here. We get some of the best reports and pictures from our truck drivers. We really appreciate you. Nicole Skipper says, Ryan, you are the calm during the storm. Thank you for everything you do. So many lives are saved because of you, Andy, Carly, and all the storm chasers. Thank you, Nicole. That is very, very kind. We appreciate that. Tamara Flanagan says, it's hailing here in Lee County, Virginia, and a lot of rain under a tornado warning and lots of wind. I know this was probably 30 minutes or plus ago. I hope you were safe. I hope you were in your safe spot in your home. Carly Ann, I like that name, by the way. Mine's Carly Anna, so a little biased, says, thank you, Ryan, for being the best and preparing us from downtown St. Louis. Dolores says, I appreciate everything you do. We appreciate you, Dolores. McKenna, got intense here in Kirkwood, Missouri. Again, I hope you're in your safe place. I hope everything was okay. Let's see here. George McNair just got hit here in Bismarck, not a tornado, but severe storms. Yeah, we've seen some really wicked hail today. So if you're in any of these regions, even if you're just in the severe thunderstorm watch, make sure you have a plan of action because these are some wicked hailers. We've seen 2-inch plus hail today, so definitely make sure you have a plan of action. Michelle McCannon, SFS Astro, and Ryan McCoy, thank you so much for your super chats. I tried to get to every single one. If I missed one, I'm so sorry. We'll do our best in the future. If you guys have any questions for Andy or Ryan or just anything in general, feel free to ask in the chat. If we have an extra few minutes, we can get to those. I do see one more right now, though, from Kazaki Sinju. Let's see. Thank you. Everything you do from Utah. Hello in Utah. Been following the channel for over a year now, and you guys have helped a lot of people, including family. We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. And Jessica Lemmings, thank you for your super chat. I just saw that as well. Other than that, I think I'm almost caught up, Andy. Did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I do. I've got plenty. Thank you, Carly, for
Yeah,
going over
sorry,
this.
that was a mouthful. I'm sorry. I hope I got to all of you guys. And by the way, thank you to all the new members. I've seen a lot of people who have become high riskers, extreme riskers. All of you, thank you guys so much for joining. I will figure out a better way to kind of include you guys all in the future, just so everyone kind of has a shout out. This is our first time really making sure to go through. So thank you all. If you've ever donated, we do appreciate it. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Thanks, Carly. I appreciate, we appreciate all the support. It's huge. I mean, it's just absolutely massive. We could not do this without you guys. Ryan is currently getting dinner at the moment. If you're wondering where he is, he'll be back in just a few minutes because he wolfs that stuff down when he's on stream. I don't think that's very healthy, but he does it for y'all. All right. Okay, so I have a spotter network report of a rotating wall cloud, and that is to the east of St. Louis, quite some ways in Clinton County, Illinois, near Aveston, Breeze, St. Rose. So that's the spotter network report there. Thank you, Aaron Walter, for the $100. Just bought Alpha subscription for Radar Omega, and it's almost overwhelming. You've got so much time to work with it and figure out everything that's going on there. You could learn so much from it, and I think you're going to love it. It's a good thing. It's a good sign that it's overwhelming. I mean, you got so much to look at that you'll be in trance for quite some time if you are a weather weenie, like a lot of us are. Thank you for the $100. That was very generous. All right, so St. Rose, you're in the path of a rotating wall cloud. Currently severe thunderstorm warned, not tornado warned. Rotation from what I can see is weak on that storm, so not quite anything there. Edwardsville and Roxana in Illinois to the north and east of the St. Louis Metro. North of I-270 there, you are still in a tornado warning. There are some areas of somewhat tight rotation that could drop a spin-up tornado that will last a few minutes. Anywhere along that line, from Spanish Lake to Mitchell, and then through Roxana and Edwardsville, Illinois. All right. It looks like the tornado warning to the west of that. So that was including St. Charles, Florissant, Grafton, Illinois, and areas around there. It looks like all of the rotation has kind of died out. In that area of the storm, I don't see anything very concerning there. Looks like that part of the line has lost its steam, its mojo. Now we're watching primarily near Roxana and Edwardsville, Illinois. Again, if you're in St. Louis, give me one sec, Carly. If you're in St. Louis proper, except for areas to the northeast in Illinois, the metro area of St. Louis is in the clear from a tornadic threat. It is exiting your area, but there still may be some powerful winds associated with the circulation of the system moving through. So, and possibly some lightning too. So still a dangerous storm moving through, but you should be in the clear from most of the threat there. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just a real quick update. We are getting some reports in. So now we have over 8,000 customers without power in St. Louis County currently. Let's see, in Baldwin and Randolph counties in Illinois, we are getting reports of some large limbs down. We don't really know the size and details of that yet, but we also have an additional report coming in from emergency management of roof damage on multiple homes in St. Clair County in Illinois, and that is just to the southeast of St. Louis County in Missouri. So of course, we'll keep y'all updated on that. No reports of injuries at the moment, no serious damage at the moment. So we're thankful for that. But of course, we will continue to listen and give y'all any updates. I know a lot of you are in the area. So we are monitoring the situation very closely for you.
Thank you, Carly. All right. Some other areas I want to point out here. There are two powerful severe thunderstorm warned cells in south central and southwestern Indiana. Near Heltonville, you're about to be slammed by this supercell that is going through at the moment. We'll have some hail associated with it, up to an inch in diameter. So Heltonville, imminent hail threat and wind threat for you. And then the cell just to the southwest near Lugudi, interesting, and Shoals in Davies County in Indiana, southwest Indiana. That cell is a tail end Charlie, which means that its inflow is unimpeded as it's on the southern flank of the line of storms that's moving through the area. It has the best chance at producing significant severe threats. So that's currently warned for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well, but it could possibly have all severe hazards associated with it. It may be elevated, so it may not pose a tornadic threat, but it's still a very powerful cell. I'll keep you updated in Lugudi and into Martin County, Indian Springs in Indiana.
Andy, I'd like to bring something to your attention just real quick. I'm seeing a screenshot of a newscast on I-55, which is just bordering Missouri and Illinois there, major highway that's flooding with rainfall rates of 3 to 4 inches per hour. So we also note that some of the flash flooding can be really intense here too. So definitely be careful if you're on the road right now.
Thank you, Carly. Yep, flash flooding, #1 killer. I see it. Lagodi, thank you. Got the pronunciation. Love chat for that. You guys are always on top of it. Oh my goodness. All right. So beyond that, let me see here. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for areas north of Asheville, North Carolina. So all the way down there in Asheville, you were in a marginal and slight risk around the area today from the SPC. It looks like storms are popping up in the area. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are possible in Weaverville and Jupiter, near Mars Hill, where that university is up there along I-26. I'm familiar with that. I graduated from University of North Carolina, Asheville with my meteorology degree. So I'm always on the lookout for storms in that area. So you guys in Asheville should go to your north, but keep an eye out for some severe weather there. In addition, we have a cell that is headed towards Kingsport and I believe Bristol in Tennessee is under this severe thunderstorm coming up here. So if you're a fan of NASCAR, there's a severe thunderstorm warning headed towards the Bristol area in Kingsport, Tennessee, and Northeast Tennessee. So that cell is continuing to produce hail and damaging wind. It looks like the tornadic threat is brief with that. And our earlier tornado warning storm in my goodness, Buchanan County, I hope I said that right again, I immediately forgot, is no longer tornado warned, but it's still a considerable severe thunderstorm. And that's for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's just shy of becoming a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So that is a dangerous storm headed through the Appalachia up there towards War, West Virginia in McDowell County.
And one more thing, Andy, I'll stop interrupting you. I promise. I'm seeing a report that Madison County, Illinois is setting off their sirens for that tornado warning there, northeast of Pontoon.
Okay, which state was that again, Carly?
Yeah, sorry, that's Illinois. It's just to the southeast of where the St. Louis warned storm was.
Yeah, did you see
Madison
that?
County.
All right, Madison County. Yep, I see it. So that's Roxana and Edwardsville. I believe that's where Reed Timmer may be. If a lot of you are watching Reed Timmer right now, I do see a concerning area of rotation just to the northeast of Spanish Lake. That may have moved off to the northeast towards Wood River and Roxana. So area, or just to the west of Roxana, rather. So Alton and East Alton in Illinois on the Illinois-Missouri border. Possible dangerous rotation headed through that area. You're no longer in the severe thunderstorm or tornado warning currently, but it may be imminent there as I'm seeing a concerning area of rotation that may be wrapping up. So y'all watch out for Alton and areas west of Roxana. All right. Okay, so it looks like that Bristol, Tennessee, the Kingsport, Tennessee storm that I was just mentioning got upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So that's for 70-mile-per-hour wind or 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with up to golf ball size hail or greater in diameter, 1.5 inches. All right, so it did look like Reed Timmer went through something a few minutes ago and trees were down. That is likely associated with this cell on the north end of the St. Louis Metro that is no longer tornado warned. It does look like rotation may, again, these are going to be brief spin up tornadoes if they do exist. So it looks like it may have already been choked off, or he may have driven through an earlier circulation. But again, St. Louis Metro, you're almost completely out of this now. Unless you're in the Roxana area, it does look like rotation's still trying to wrap up on the north edge and northeast edge of the Metro. Edwardsville, Roxana, Alton, Illinois. You are all in under the path of the worst to come. And Ryan's back. Hope you enjoyed your dinner, Ryan. We covered quite well. We got all the super chats and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I was watching while I was eating down there. Yeah, you did a great job. Everybody say thank you to Carly and Andy for their awesome continued help with the broadcasting side here for these live streams. It's honestly a game changer for me. I used to sit here for sometimes 12 hours or at least 6 or 7 hours straight without even like getting up. And then I would come back and sit back down for 6 hours and not get up. Sometimes I'd have to eat on stream, like a tornado's like going through a town. I'm like, sorry guys, I'm literally going to starve to death if I don't eat right now. So it does help. It does help to have them here, and I'm very thankful to have them. And I think we couldn't have picked a better group of people. We have the best team for this. I really do. It's almost like, it's just made for these. Andy and Carly and Weatherman Cam and all these people that we work with were made for this. I mean what we're doing is different than news like on TV. What we're doing is different than pretty much anything else that's like this. There's a specific person that it has to be to fit in this mold, and I think we've got the right one. So thank you, Andy and Carly, for all the great updates. We're continuing to look at this severe thunderstorm complex that's moving past St. Louis now, and now it's moving into southern portions of Illinois, and all of the tornado warnings have been expired. Now we currently have no tornado warnings in effect anywhere. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings though, and this includes a lot of the areas north and east and just to the east of St. Louis. Now let's check in on our storm chasers. Looks like Reed Timmer is in the middle of something, man. He is south and east, or he's south of St. Louis, I should say. And then Zach Hall with Vortex Chasing. They are still out in front of this convective system, I believe. Yeah, so they haven't actually gotten hit by the storm yet. So we're going to continue to track with Zach. Zach is going to be our best chance, I think, of keeping up with the most intense part of the storm as we go later on into the evening, because he is going to be right there in southern portions of Illinois and southern portions of Indiana, where we think there's going to be an elevated chance of potential tornadoes tonight. So keep that in mind as we go forward. This is not over. We still have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a lot of severe weather just to cover. There will be more tornado warnings as we go through the evening and into the night. Let's see here. Zuzu says, I'm learning every time we listen. Thank you. Can't thank you enough. Well, thank you so much for the support. And I'm really happy that Carly was able to read off all those super chats. A lot of times we get so many and we just pass them all up, and I don't get to read them all. So I'm very happy that everybody gets a shout out now with the new system that we've got here. Severe thunderstorm warning over here in Indiana for Shoals and Lugutri. Wow. That's going to be for Martin and Davies County in southwestern Indiana. Big hail with that one, 1.5 inch in diameter hail. South of Louisville, we've still got some big storms down here. Severe thunderstorm warning north of Elizabethtown, south of Radcliffe. 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm getting ready to get a storm here in my neck of the woods. It doesn't look like it's going to be that bad now. But just to my south and east, we had a tornado warning just moments ago, and now we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning all the way out into West Virginia now. So War, West Virginia, you're included in this. 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2 inch in diameter hail possible with this storm as it comes through. Guys, that's one of the biggest storms you've probably seen in War, West Virginia. You guys know how unusual hail is at all. I think I've lived in Eastern Kentucky for 28 years. I've seen hail twice in my life, and both times it was like smaller than marbles. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. You got a big storm heading up there. Same thing down here on the border of Virginia and Tennessee, moving towards Bristol. We got a severe thunderstorm warning, an even bigger considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 2.5 inch in diameter hail or bigger. So brace for the hail down here in portions of Tennessee, Virginia, and now North Carolina, as Andy was talking about, just north of Asheville. Big severe thunderstorm up there with 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. Let's go up here to Minneapolis and Eau Claire and Rochester, all these places up north. We do have Vince Welty on our only severe thunderstorm warned cell in Minnesota right now. Let's see what he's got for us. Okay, he's like literally in it. I can't tell if there's any hail, but he's probably not inside of like the most intense part right now. Let's get a closer look at where exactly Vince is, and let's try to dissect what's going on here with his location. Remember, we're watching these storms for potentially a tornadic rotation to start popping up in these too, but so far these have just been big hailers. And you know, Vince, if you see his marker right here, he's not in the hail core right now, but he's about to be. So I'm sure we're about to find out just how big the hail is there as he's going north. Brandon Kopic's a little bit further to the south, and he's approaching that same storm. There's a look at the I believe the base of it. Yeah, you can see that this is a very large storm as it moves to the east here towards Clarks Grove and Geneva and Ellendale. Get ready for the big hail and the strong winds, potentially tornadoes too, as we go later on into the night. Broad view. Here's everything. Here's all I have for you. Severe weather watches and warnings down here. Tornado watches down here with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, and then a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado watch up here with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Currently, if you're in Hawkins, Sullivan, Scott, or Washington counties in Tennessee, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in Pierce County, Wisconsin, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. If you're in Buchanan or McDowell counties, Virginia, you're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Those are our three most intense storms that we've been able to see right now. Look, so we've got a cell in southwestern Indiana that I want to check on here that we might be having a hail spike on. Let me go over here. Let me load it up. Remember, the storms that you're seeing in southwestern Indiana right now are not the main show. There's going to be more as the night goes on, especially the closer that the main system gets to you, the more convection there's going to be right in this area. And we're going to see more and more storms. Okay, so this is the storm that I'm talking about here in southwestern Indiana. We've got a big hail core with this one. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning associated with this storm, I believe. Actually, no, this one isn't considerable. This is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning, but I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up upgrading that. We do have a new considerable severe, though, for Perry County in Illinois. But let me just show you this one here near Shoals, Indiana. This is an interesting looking storm. As you can see, there is a little bit of a dangly bit here. And if we actually look at the structure of the cell with the velocity, there's broad rotation and some pretty intense inflow coming in near Shoals. So this is the kind of storm that we have to watch out for potential tornadic activity as we go into the future. Now, right now, it doesn't look to me like there's a tornado imminent or anything like that. This just looks like a very strong storm that is more than likely going to be bringing some large hail here to the Huron and Indian Spring area within the next little bit. Looks like Vince Welty is trying to stay in between those two big storms. Doesn't look to me like he's actually trying to get in the main center of like the hail core. So we'll see what happens there. We'll keep updated with him. But as of right now, he is just in some heavy rain, it seems like, in southern Minnesota there. Coming back to the radar, we're back in Indiana. We've got a very strong storm approaching Shoals and Huron that we're watching. We're going to keep a very close eye on that. Let's come over here to the Radar Omega app. And look at this. Look at this. This is some very strong winds on the front side of this. I can promise you that. That is going to pack a pretty significant punch there as it moves through Edwardsville. And this is going to go all the way through Centralia, Greenville, and Hillsboro. Okay, so make sure you're getting ready. Even if you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning yet, this is going to continue to cause problems as we go forward, all the way up through those areas. Yes, you can look at the broad view of the whole U.S. on Radar Omega. You can. All you have to do is, if you are... So usually on Radar Omega, if you're looking at the radar, you're looking at single site, which is what we're doing here for St. Louis. And this way we can zoom in to the street level and really look at all the different radar stuff. We can look at the velocity, correlation coefficient. We can look at it all. Echo tops. But let's say that you didn't want to zoom in that much. Let's say you wanted to look at the broad view. All you have to do is come over here to the pancake stack and switch from single site radar to MRMS. MRMS. Follow along if you've got the app. Hit that, and then boom. Now we've got radar for the whole country. We can see it all, son. We can see the storms down here in Kentucky. We can see them up there in Indiana. We can see them all at the same time. Now, it's not as high definition. It's not as high res, but if that's not what you're looking for, then this is the best way to go about it. And then, of course, we can smooth it out. Radar Omega gives us a lot of options to smooth the radar and make it look the way that we want it to look. I personally like keeping it rough. I like the rawness. I want to see every pixel. So yeah, that's how you do that. I just saw that in the chat, by the way. So I'm letting them know we're going back to single site. And then we're going to check in on Vince Welty again, who's on the other side of that storm. Still getting some hail, but not looking like anything too significant right there with this storm near Bancroft, Minnesota. Great view of a rainbow, though. Look at that. This is live from Vince Welty up here near Heartland, Minnesota. The big wind field and a rainbow there. Vince, chat wants you to take us to the end of the rainbow. We'll see if... oh, look, it's starting to look like a double rainbow. No tornadoes on the stream today, but if we can get a triple rainbow, I think that would be just
contemplating getting out and running through that thing, but unfortunately, I don't think that's how it works. Wish it was. Intercept. It's an F5.
You know, you guys know that there is such thing as rainbow chasers. Like that's real. Like there are people that go out and they don't chase storms for the tornadoes; they chase for the rainbows. So, successful rainbow intercept for Vince Welty here near Heartland, Minnesota, on the backside of a very mean storm. A very mean-looking storm here near Bath and Clark's Grove. Lots of hail, lots of heavy rain moving into Geneva. So make sure you are prepared for that. I was just looking at something. Oh, yeah. Now, Brandon Kopic. Here's. Let me show you how mean this storm is. Brandon Kopic is on the other side, okay? Brandon's on the side where you can't see a rainbow. You just see the ominous skies here. He's south and east of Bancroft. So this is what the storm looks like from the other side. So you've got the good side, right? And then you've got the bad side here. And both of these guys are in the same general area of Minnesota, looking at the same storm. So very strong storms with large hail getting ready to go through Alden, Clark's Grove, Geneva, Union, Blooming Prairie, and all these places. So please make sure you're ready for that as this stuff comes through.
The room temperature is 73 degrees Fahrenheit, and the outside temperature
Oh, yeah. There was something else. Oh, yeah, I was going to show you this. Somebody has put the Ryan Hall sticker and a Supercell sticker on their helmet, and I just think that's great. I think that this right here, if we ever finally get our own helmets, like we've been talking about doing forever, this is what they should look like. That's awesome. Thank you for sending this in. By the way, if you're new here and you don't know what we're talking about, we often recommend that you wear a helmet in a situation where you have to take shelter in a tornado. The number one way that you're going to get hurt, injured, or something like that in a situation where you take a direct hit from a tornado and you're in your shelter, if you're in a house, the number one way is that debris is going to fall on you. Debris is going to fall on your head, knock you out, or do worse. So we always recommend that you wear a helmet. This looks like a rock climbing helmet of some sort, and that's great. We got another one, too. Look at this. This is Joanne, my nanny, grandma. She is your number one fan, so I made her a safety helmet for when storms are bad. She's proud of this helmet. She is spreading the word to watch you during the storms. Joanne, thank you so much for being so awesome. Look at this. How awesome can one person get? Got the Storm Seeker sticker on there. That's so cool. Thank you so much for sending this to me, Cammie. All right, we got Andy. What's up, Andy?
Hey, Ryan. Take a look east of Edwardsville. There's some tight areas of rotation wrapped up in the latest few scans near St. Rose, Illinois, and also Highland, Illinois, along I-70 and just to the south of there. Those are not warned. Those are just severe warned right now at the moment. Let me check if they're tornado possible. They are tornado possible, so that makes a lot of sense why we're seeing some tight rotation wrapping up there, just near St. Rose, Illinois.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Look at that. Some really strong and broad rotation, and also it's tight right here in some of the strongest areas south and east of St. Rose. Some rotation there. This is an example of a more than likely a spin up tornado that could be happening here, but also this is an example of what could happen. So like imagine that there's a tornado on the ground here and we're getting a good view of what's happening, especially closer to the surface. This would warrant the idea that there's likely maybe a big tornado on the ground. Now, I'm not saying that there is, but like when I just want to emphasize that we say often during events like this, brief spin up tornadoes. I personally think that sounds like something like a lot of people probably will hear that and think, well, I don't have to worry about that. Well, first of all, even little tornadoes can be bad. All right. They can cause damage to your home. They can cause a lot of problems, but systems like this are notorious for randomly producing large tornadoes too. So we need to keep that in mind. You're not just going to experience brief, quick, spin up, weak tornadoes. Sometimes we'll see big ones. So when we see signatures like this, if the rotation gets a little bit tighter and we see a correlation coefficient drop associated with it, a lot of times that means that we've seen a bigger tornado come through. So right now you're not under a tornado warning anywhere north and east of St. Rose or Keysport or south and west of Hookdale, but y'all watch out. We might see one issued here in the next little bit. We're going to hope that that's not the case, but it could happen. All right, let's come back over here to Radar Omega, and let's dip down into Indiana. I'm really interested in these Indiana storms, as that one right there looks incredibly interesting to me. Still not seeing anything incredibly impressive on the velocity, but the reflectivity looks pretty impressive. Like there's a very large hail core here moving into Huron, and then we do have an area of inflow coming into the storm here, so we've got to watch that one closely. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just wanted to give you an update. Latest radar scan north and east of St. Rose, Illinois, sure enough, shows a tornado debris signature undoubtedly about it. Not warned yet, but I expect that probably radar confirmed tornado warning to come through pretty soon there. So that's going to head northeast to Greenville, Illinois, Smithboro, and east of Pocahontas. into Bond County, Illinois. So Greenville, Illinois, and Smithboro along I-70. If you know someone driving there or living there, please call them right now before the warning even goes out. This is y'all watch out for what I'm seeing as a confirmed tornado debris signature headed towards those areas.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. You guys heard it here first. We do have what looks like a tornado debris signature now showing up south and east of St. Rose. We're waiting on the National Weather Service to issue a warning for it before we tell you to take shelter, because that's just, I mean, that's how it should work. However, if you're watching this stream right now, your goal is to be hyper weather aware. Your goal is to be more weather aware than the average person. So I would say that you should just go ahead and get to shelter. Look at this, guys. Just to the east of Jamestown, that's the big area of rotation that we're looking at here. Let's go and take a look at that correlation coefficient. And yeah, undoubtedly, that is a sign of a tornado on the ground right here, south and east of Jamestown. This is in Illinois. Okay, let me zoom out here. Let me show you where this is. This is in Illinois. There's a tornado on the ground, ripping up debris, throwing it into the sky here, south and east of Jamestown, moving up towards Beaver Creek, Illinois. Please take shelter immediately. Wow. Okay, still waiting on that the warning to come through. Let me pull up. There
a
it
new
is.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, it's indicated. We've got Bond County and Clinton County, Illinois under a tornado warning. So please, now is the time to get to shelter quickly if you're in Beaver Creek or Dudleyville in Illinois. Also, all the way up there towards Greenville, Illinois. So let me pull this up. Dudleyville, Illinois. I'll tell you where I think this tornado is and where it could go in the future. Remember, I don't expect that this will be a long track tornado, but let's assume that it stays on the ground through the entire extent of the warning box. The next place in line that it's going to go, let me put this into motion just to make sure I've got my bearing straight. Yeah, so it's going, you can see it's going almost northeast. So that would put it riding highway, what do they call this here? Millersburg Road, 970 East. It's going to ride that west of Beaver Creek all the way up past Dudleyville towards the Smith Grove Baptist Church. And then eventually it's going to make it to the Dwight D. Eisenhower Highway just south of Greenville. And then, honestly, if it stayed on the ground on its current path, it would go through Greenville, either right through the center or on the eastern side. So let's make sure everybody in Greenville is in their safe spot and sheltering for this potential tornado here, as it is radar indicated according to the National Weather Service. Right here it is. That's the warning box. Everybody in the purple polygon needs to be in their safe spot. This includes Pocahontas, Mulberry Grove, and Greenville, and the entire I-70 corridor between Pierron and Pocahontas and Mulberry Grove. Nobody needs to be on I-70 right now. If you're in Vandalia heading west, hold up. If you're in, let's see here, St. Jacob or Highland on 270 heading east out of St. Louis, hold up. Let's let this thing do its thing, and then we'll hope that it weakens out, and we'll see what happens from there. My goodness. Look at that. Latest scan continues to show a concerning look here, as I do believe that this is like the perfect reasoning to issue a confirmed tornado warning, but like we're going to assume that it is on the ground in Greenville, and we're going to run, not walk, to shelter, as this could be a very dangerous situation unfolding here just to the south of Greenville near Dudleyville. Once again, I want to make it extremely clear this tornado has just passed over Highway 143 west of Beaver Creek, and it's going to go up towards Dudleyville. It's going to ride the Millersburg Road up past Smith Grove Baptist Church. It's going to go over the Dwight D. Eisenhower Highway, Interstate 70, Highway 40 there near FCI Greenville. And then if it remains intact, it'll go either through Greenville or just on the eastern side of the town. So let's everybody get into our safe spots there. If you know anybody in Greenville, call them. Be like, hey, this one might be a little bit more serious. Well, let's go ahead and get to shelter. They might not listen to me. They might not listen to the National Weather Service. They might not listen to their local news guy, but if you are somebody that they care about and they know that you care about them, they might listen to you. So you could be a hero by calling somebody and letting them know what's going on out here south of Greenville in Illinois right now. Just kind of waiting for the next scans before we go any further. I know we've got a lot of other stuff going on. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We have other storms that our storm chasers are watching up north, but I kind of want to stay focused on this right now because this is definitely the most serious situation that we've got so far. Remember, if you know where Dudleyville is, if you can get there in 15 minutes from where you are right now, you're likely in the path of a extremely dangerous storm with an embedded tornado. That also, if you know where the Marcoot Jersey Creamery is, all right, ice cream shop, that is like literally just to the east of the path of this thing. Okay, it's a dairy farm. You guys know where this is. It's on Dudleyville Road. That's kind of the general area where I think that this storm is right now. And if we look at this on Radar Omega, you can see that the debris here is kind of in this area. And it'll be interesting to see what happens on the next scan because a lot of times if you see this start to tighten up and get more blue, that means the tornado is still on the ground. But if you see this kind of loosen up and it gets a little bit more green and orange, that means that there could just be residual debris in the air. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I wanted to give a brief update on the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is tracking right along I-26 towards Johnson City, Tennessee. So that's going to be dangerous for drivers as it just parallels the highway, or the freeway rather, all the way to Johnson City. Warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'm sorry, golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's bad conditions for roadside driving. In addition to that, I mean, even if this initial circulation for Greenville, Illinois is dying out, it's still got some strong inflow wrapping around the entire northern edge of this this line here headed towards Greenville. So there's strong inflow and the ability for the storm to quickly whip up another tight rotation, drop another tornado at literally any moment, in a line from Pocahontas to Smithboro at the moment and headed north-northeast.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We're looking at multiple storms right now. We're focused, like Andy was just talking about, we're focused on this one near Greenville. Even though it might look like some of the more intense rotation is kind of letting up a little bit. We expected that to happen. But look, this whole line is just primed for bad news. Okay, we've got embedded tornadoes. Quick spin up tornadoes can happen at any point along any kink in this line. Additionally, we have just the entire line is straight line damaging winds. We're getting damage reports. We're getting all kinds of crazy stuff coming from this line of storms. So Greenville, Mulberry Grove, Ayers, Pleasant Mound, take shelter now. We don't think that there's a tornado on the ground anymore. Maybe there still is, but like we need to get to shelter no matter what, because the storm itself is just going to be dangerous even without a tornado. So we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Freeborn in Steele County in Minnesota. Things are just going wild just about everywhere. Here's a look at that storm in Tennessee, the one that's approaching Bristol and Colonial Heights, Oak Grove, and Gray and Fall Branch. This one's rotating a little bit, but the main thing with this is going to be the hail. Big time hail getting ready to come into the interstate area here. If you're coming up from Knoxville up towards Bristol, and let's say you're approaching Baileyton or Fall Branch, you see the dark clouds in the ahead of you, I wouldn't drive into those. Like Andy was saying, this is going to be a very dangerous situation for drivers here on the interstate, as a very large hail could cause some problems there. So this is over here in Tennessee. We also continue to have very strong storms in Virginia, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning for War, Gary, and Welch in West Virginia. So keep that in mind. Let's come over here and take a look at Eastern Kentucky again, mostly because I am interested because I live here. We got another pretty strong storm that's just recently popped up here near Breathitt County. That's got a severe thunderstorm warning with it. That is a 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail, so make sure you're prepared for that in Jackson and Van Cleve as that continues to go off to the north. We're going to continue to see new storms pop up in this warm sector, I think, and it'll be interesting to see how quickly my area warms back up after this precipitation moves out of the way. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a real quick update on that tornado warned storm in Bond County in Illinois. We have someone listening to a Clinton, Illinois radio feed. Carlisle Fire is currently being dispatched to multiple power lines down and trees down as well. So we should have another update for you here in just a few minutes, whether or not there's some damage there or not.
Okay, thank you very much, Carly. We're going to go back to that storm now and focus on it because I think we did see a tornado go through. I think there's just about no doubt about it. We'll start to hear the damage reports come in. But as of right now, the tornado warning is still in effect for Greenville, Smithboro, and Mulberry Grove. So we want you to stay in your safe spots. But the main threat is damaging winds. But at the same time, we do have a new area or it's really the same area of rotation that's kind of recycling here just south of Greenville. So we could have a new tornado developing here just south of Greenville, Illinois. Take shelter now. Remember, this is going to enter through the southern side. It's going to cross, if there was a tornado associated with this area of rotation, like we think that there might be, it would cross I-70 and then Highway 40. Right there near the Love's Travel stop that's just to the north and west of the Comfort Inn and Suites of Greenville on I-70. This is going to go through the bend there on Harris Avenue towards the Milk House and eventually towards Kessinger Wood Heating. And then if you know where the country club is, the Greenville Country Club, that's kind of where this area of rotation would exit the town, either right there or just east of there. So it's entering on the southern side, it's exiting on the extreme northeastern side. So keep that in mind. If you're in Smithboro, Greenville, or anywhere in between, that's where the most dangerous part of the storm is going right now, right in between you. Let's see here. Halls Grove Cemetery is like right in the middle of all that. All right, so thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you for sending me stuff on Twitter. I'm going to continue to look for reports, and as we're starting to get some reports in, I want to see your pictures and videos as well, as if you can do so safely. Here's something. We got a trampoline up against mailbox there. Let's hear what you got, Carly.
Oh yeah, real quick, it was the trampoline, and then above that in the stream text, there's some sort of, it looks like a gas station, some kind of awning's been blown over, so I think you might be interested in that. It's from Chester, Illinois.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, this is from Chester, Illinois. The gas station, the awning there has completely tipped over, and I don't know exactly how long ago that was. But I'd say it's associated with our storm that we've been watching. So we're going to continue to watch this closely. Greenville right now. Greenville in Illinois is experiencing possibly damaging winds, maybe even a tornado. Smithboro, you're literally seconds away. And then Mulberry Grove, you're next. All right, I want you guys all in your safe spots right now. Hunker down. Get in there. Bring me with you. Reed Timmer has got a monster windbag on camera. Let's see what he's got. This is for Reed Timmer. Oh, this is Chester, Illinois. He's just outside running around. Is this the gas station? He's at a gas station.
Big windbag!
Oh, my goodness. Oh my God, I can't believe he's standing outside.
Holy cow!
Oh, you gotta love Reed,
That
man.
gas station's coming undone, I bet.
You gotta love Reed.
Wow! Major windbag!
Holy smokes, that's some big time wind right there. Oh my God.
Power box is in town!
Holy smokes. My God. Guys, this is what you can expect on the front end of this line. This is no joke. This is legit. Look, this is why we say tornado or not, you got to take shelter. You think there's a tornado in there? Nope. This is the definition of straight line damaging winds. Oh, we even got the slow-mo here. Looks like a hurricane, yeah. I don't know if the last part was supposed to be slow-mo or not, but there you go. That was a video from Reed Simmer near Chester, Illinois, and that wasn't even associated with a tornado. So up here in Greenville, we're likely seeing something like that, and maybe even on top of that, an embedded tornado. So we got to get to shelter all the way up into Mulberry Grove as well. Let's talk to Reed. Reed, we were watching there as you had that incredible wind storm come through Chester, Illinois. That was crazy. Let us know what your plan is from now, or are you going to keep going, or are you just kind of hanging back? And have you seen any significant damage where you are? All right, so that's Reed. We're going to wait for his reply. And here's another view of that rainbow sighting from Vince's stream not too long ago.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage here. Mostly some large trees, a lot of branches down, power lines as well. You can see this road out of town here is blocked with a tree down on the power line. And emergency managers came right out after the storm and started clearing roads. A lot of the trees down the main drag of Chester were blocked. And you may remember this is the same town that back in November was the town that said, oh, the fire department is gone. That was the initial report. And then they found out that it was standing, and a lot of the buildings were actually still standing in Chester. But that was that tornado that came through in November. And definitely quite a bit of damage here. Looks like a rear inflow jet that came right in behind that squall line. I was actually using the bathroom in at the gas station there, and I started hearing the roof getting shredded, and that was when the rear inflow jet arrived.
All right. Wow. 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 Thank you so much, Reed Timmer, for the amazing view of this storm. You can't get anything like that anywhere else. It's got to be Reed Timmer. If you want that much energy in your weather reports, it has to come from Reed Timmer. We love Reed, and I still think it's just the coolest thing in the world that we get to work with him. So here we go. This is that line of storms. Everybody on the front edge of this line of storms can expect to see something similar to that. Maybe not as intense, but like very strong straight line damaging winds all the way into Salem, Mount Vernon, Vandalia, and Illinois. Make sure you're ready for that. I would take shelter, just like it's a tornado. Okay, I would take shelter. And of course, if you're in Greenville, Ayers, Mulberry Grove, or Woburn in Illinois, I would also take shelter because there is a tornado warning for you. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm seeing that tight rotation once again, velocity couplet on the western extent of this north part, just to the northwest of Greenville, Illinois. And that's right next to Reno, Illinois, and headed towards Donaldson. So I believe that is, that's got to be an imminent tornado on the ground. It's very, very tight rotation as of the last scans.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Let's take Radar Omega back over here. Look at the rotation. And yeah, once again, we could be seeing a new tornado, an imminent tornado forming here south and east of Donaldson and just around Woburn and Ayers. This is going up towards Van Burentsburg, Coffeen, and Chapman in Illinois. So make sure you take shelter now. We're going to watch this closely as I do my best to refresh this daggone GR2. I don't know what it is. It was so good for so long, and nobody else that I know of is having problems with it. But every single stream, I don't know what's up. So it's okay, because we have
Sounds like
radar
the bridge
Omega.
across the Mississippi
It's okay because we have radar Omega, but I do like to have multiple different instances with different
Chester.
programs. Looks like Reed Timmer's trying to break through, but he's got low service, so we'll wait until that's completely transmitted before we play it. And let me look through Twitter again. Okay, there we go. We got our latest update. Yeah, potentially. I'm not seeing any signs of a tornado debris signature right now, but certainly very strong storm with a new tornado possibly developing near Ayers. I would expect that they issue a new warning for Coffeen and Fillmore here soon. Let's zoom out. Let's zoom out and look at the broad view again, because I know we got a lot of people just now tuning in. We have a tornado watch for everybody in the pink box here. Severe thunderstorm watches all the way up and down Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee into extreme western Virginia and northwestern North Carolina. Severe thunderstorm warnings as well. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado watch up here in Minnesota and Wisconsin. We have our two storm chasers on these storms. Look at this. This is Vince. And this is Brandon. Brandon had a great view of the base of that last storm earlier, but these storms are just really not coming together like we originally thought they would. And that's good news. They are bringing hail. Okay, we've seen some big hail out here, but the tornado threat looks to be diminishing maybe as we go further into the day. So let's once again look at the radar. That's where Brandon Kopic is. This is where Vince is, and we're going to keep up with them as we go forward. Quick update on these severe thunderstorms. Just north and east of Asheville, Marion, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Big time severe thunderstorm going through Kingsport right now, south of and west of Bristol. These storms aren't bringing as large of a hail as what they were just moments ago, but they're still bringing big hail. So make sure if you're on I-81, you're bracing for impact because this is getting ready to go across the road right now. Same thing up here near War, West Virginia, now moving into Gary.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. A
issued.
severe thunderstorm warning for you. And now we've got a new tornado warning for Boyd County, Fayette County, and Montgomery County, Illinois. Let's go check it out. There we go. Boom. There we go. All right, that's this. So we got a new tornado warning, like we said earlier, that we thought it was going to include Coffeen and Fillmore. It does. And it also includes Hillsborough, Butler, Irving, Witt, and Nokomis in Illinois. Everybody in the purple polygon, take shelter immediately as we're afraid that we have a new tornado developing here. Look at this. Look at that. That right there is where we potentially have a new tornado near Donaldson. And not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient just yet, but we will continue to look at it. But Donaldson needs to get to shelter now. You got to go. You got to go. That's a very dangerous looking storm right there with some tight rotation. Try this one more time. Remember, when we tell you to get to shelter, we want you to get into preferably underground. But if you can't get underground, then get into the most interior room of your home. Let's say it's a bathroom or a closet. Pick whichever one's got the least amount of glass. Cover your head. Put on a helmet. And keep us with you. It's very possible that you can stay updated throughout this. Bring a tablet or a phone, something that has access to cellular data. And we will keep you updated on this situation as we go forward. Obviously, you can bring your phone into your safe spot. It's hard to bring a TV. I know a lot of you guys have us up on the TV and you're watching, and maybe whenever it's time to go to shelter, you go, and which is good. It's good to act fast, but remember to take a tablet or something with you so you can stay updated on what's going on. Don't want you to be in there clueless. You know what I mean? So here is the latest update from that radar scan. We are getting into a little bit of a radar hole, but I might switch over to KILX here and see if that looks any better. Not yet. No, not yet. So we're going to stick with St. Louis radar for now. But that's what we're looking at. This big, nasty area of velocity is just causing a bunch of problems. And it's going to potentially produce a tornado near Coffeen, Fillmore, Taylor Springs, and Hillsborough. Take shelter now. Also, Donaldson, still, you're in a very dangerous spot. We've got a lot of power outages being reported in and around the area that this mesoscale convective vortex has been affecting. Let's see here. We've also got a new mesoscale discussion for portions for the area right around Louisville, Kentucky. It says the wind profile is forecast to strengthen over the next few hours. Some increase in supercell and tornado potential may occur. Some increase in supercell tornado potential may occur in and around the Louisville, Kentucky area over the next few hours. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I know you were just mentioning some power outages in the Bond and Montgomery counties. I wanted to give you an update on that. We did have an entrapment in an elevator. It appeared that 3 or 4 people were stuck in the elevator after the power went out. So we're kind of waiting to hear back about that. Additionally, on top of that, in the same counties in Illinois, we have a report of a power line that's fallen on top of a vehicle. However, the occupants are uninjured. So there's lots of trees that have fallen, a lot of power lines that have fallen in different counties with these severe thunderstorms. But so far, we don't have any reports of injuries. So we're continuing to listen, and we will keep you updated on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Carly, for the information. We also got Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching there's a considerable severe thunderstorm that is actually about to, in the next 30 minutes or so, move into the Cincinnati metro area. And that just got upgraded, warned for golf ball size hail and
a
60
new
mile
tornado
per hour wind
warning
gusts.
has been
It's
issued.
also exhibiting possible tornadic development. So we're watching the hook echo on that to see if rotation ramps up. In addition, we're also watching the Indiana cell. I looked at the surface analysis there. It looks like it's in a favorable location with nice moist inflow headed into it, but it hasn't really gotten its act together and given us something prolific to look at on the radar. So we're watching both of those, Cincinnati metro for a considerable severe thunderstorm, and also the south central Indiana cell that is persisting in a favorable environment, but hasn't done anything noteworthy in terms of tornadoes yet.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Here's that storm he was talking about near Cincinnati. Very interesting looking storm there. Certainly does have some rotation on it, and of course you can see the hook, the dangly bit on the backside there. That is coming right into the Cincinnati area, Covington, Highland Heights, right here. Yeah, this is going to go right near the airport. So the Cincinnati International Airport here near Hebron. You guys are going to get directly impacted by the hail core here, which we are expecting potentially some very damaging hail, golf ball size hail, and 60 miles an hour wind gusts. So the airport there is likely going to take a direct hit from those conditions within the next couple of minutes. We're talking about 10, 20 minutes. And then from there, it'll move into the greater Cincinnati and Covington region. And we are concerned about the potential for a tornadic development here. As you can see very clearly, we have an inflow area. We have what could be rear flank downdraft coming this way. If we get rotation right here, this would be kind of the perfect storm to produce a tornado here near Cincinnati and Covington. So no tornado warning yet, but we're watching it. We are watching it very closely. Another one that I'm watching closely, and honestly, if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd probably be in the Storm Seeker tracking this one down, is a severe thunderstorm over here near Breathitt County in Jackson, Kentucky. 2 areas of probably some very large hail and some strong winds moving up towards Lee City and Mountain Valley and Fritz. This will eventually make it towards Salyersville. Okay, Salyersville and Riceville, maybe even eventually into Paintsville and Prestonsburg. So keep that in mind. That's a big-time strong storm. Still seeing some insane hail over here in North Fork and Herndon. That's going to be moving through over the next little bit. Maybe this will make it all the way up into Ghent. West Virginia, where I'm telling you, you guys haven't seen hail like this in a little while. It's pretty rare over there. So we're watching these storms in Kentucky. We are also watching that storm that Andy was just talking about, and looks like we got something else from Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan. I also failed to mention the severe thunderstorm moving into Bardstown, Kentucky, to the south of Louisville, is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and baseball-size hail. So that is quite a monster storm, and it does look like that hail core is going to go through Bardstown, more populated area there. It has also had a hook echo for a while that we've been watching. It's attached to the warm front, actually, and has been for quite some time. So it's got that dangly bit this whole time, but it's really, again, just like the South Central Indiana, so it hasn't really given us anything to work with. Also, that new tornado warning in Marion County, Illinois, includes Salem and Alma and Kinmandy along I-57, and that is for the leading edge of the line. It's developing some interesting hook echoes oriented north-south. So I was watching this area, but it's so hard to tell with the side lobe contamination if we're actually seeing rotation there. So that may be more of a preventative tornado warning that this is a powerful windstorm with the potential to spin up tornadoes quickly. So you should be in your safe spots in Marion County, headed towards Iola and Farina eventually in Illinois.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Andy. Here's the storm that's moving into Bardstown. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We are expecting 70-mile-an-hour winds, maybe up to baseball-size hail here, and we do have a little bit of rotation and also a little bit of a dangly bit here, so we're going to watch that one closely. I want to take our attention back over here to the storms that just went through St. Louis. Let's take a look at this new tornado warning that we've got from KVWX, if that's possible. Wow. So really, really interesting look to it there on composite reflectivity. Look at that. Are you seeing that? Now, normally, if we didn't know that this was a separate cell, normally that right there would be a very concerning look moving into Kinmandy. But it's still pretty concerning. Like we think that there might be a tornado in progress here. That's certainly not as certain as some of the earlier storms that we've seen with the tight rotation and the correlation coefficient drops and stuff. But if you're in Kinmandy, take shelter now. And if you're anywhere in Marion County in Illinois, take shelter now. All of our tornado warnings currently are in Illinois. We've got Bond, Fayette, Montgomery counties under a tornado warning, and then Marion County is also under a tornado warning in Illinois. These are all radar indicated, no confirmed tornadoes as of right now. Here's a picture of several 8-inch plus tree limbs snapped in Kirkwood, Missouri, during this afternoon storm. So there's some of the damage that can be done by the kinds of storms that we've got moving through. We've got even more than that coming in as well, and we will watch that that video from Reed again here soon, because I know some people didn't catch that. But here is Greenville, Illinois. The truck is rocking. Jerome, one of our truck drivers, once again, this is why we love our truck drivers. We have so many truck drivers that watch. It's almost like the most incredible storm chaser network. Now, these guys probably don't want to be out there in the storms. They'd much rather the weather be nice, unlike Reed. But they just happen to be out there, and I really do appreciate you guys sending in all these videos and reports and stuff. It helps us tell the weather story here. This is what it looks like in Greenville, Illinois. The trucks are rocking. So I'm going to continue to look through this. Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all. At Ryan Hall, y'all. That's where you need to be sending this stuff, okay? That's the easiest way to get a hold of me. And that's the best way to do this. Here is a good looking SLC. A lot of people probably at first glance would call that a funnel cloud. I don't think that's what that is. I think we're looking at a good little SLC there, a scary looking cloud. All right, Carly, go ahead.
Yes, real quick update. Edgarville, Illinois has some home damage being reported from a potential microburst. We're also unfortunately hearing about a person trapped in their vehicle in the water. This is on I-64 and Grand in the St. Louis area, and this is from the St. Louis Fire Department. They're currently performing a rescue, so of course, we'll update you as soon as we hear anything on that. I sent some video in your stream text just to give you an example, or to give everyone an example of kind of the flash flooding. I don't believe it's the same incident, but it is a good example of how quickly this flash flooding happens and how dangerous it can be. So we do have one person trapped currently in a vehicle in the water. We will update you as soon as we hear anything.
All right. Thank you so much, Carly. Very important that we always touch on the flooding. I always mention this. It seems like in events where we end up talking about hail and tornadoes, that takes the cake. That's what everybody's always concerned with. But then later in the evening, it's always the flooding that ends up actually displacing and hurting the most people. So I want you guys to know, if you live in a flood-prone area, or even if you don't, just pay extra close attention to the weather tonight, even if you're not under any severe or tornado warnings, especially if you hear that rain, continuing to come down. Because the crazy thing is I think that there's probably going to be in the same area that we've seen the tornado threat kind of increase right in here. I think we're also going to see an increase in this flash flood threat, because we've seen so many storms form and travel over the same areas right in through here. That's going to continue to happen all through the night until 11, 12, 1 a.m. So if you live in a flood-prone area out here, be hyper weather aware tonight. We've got to check in on our storm chasers. How about that? Here's a live look from storm chaser Vince Welty in Austin, Minnesota. And here is a look from Brandon Kopic, who's got an incredible view from the same area of a storm moving into his vicinity. Let's go check on that up here on the radar. Give me just a second. We go all the way up here. It's crazy how many different areas are being impacted by severe weather today. It's all over the U.S. pretty much. Okay, so Brandon's up here near one of these storms, right in here, near Blooming Prairie, near Lansing. He's looking at the base of that storm. And, yeah, it looks very interesting. Let's ask him about it. Hey, Brandon, we got your feed pulled up. We was just wondering what it felt like out there. What do you think about this storm, and what's your plan for the rest of the evening? Wait on him.
Valid question, very valid question. So it's looking like it's mostly going outflow dominant. I kind of expected that out of the storms right now. The moisture really mixed out, so the tornado potential isn't really that high right now, but it does look like it's been trying to get surface space, so we've been a little more intrigued. We're going to stay with these storms for a little while longer, but we'll just see what they do over the next hour or so, and then we got a decision to make whether we head home for the day and the weekend, or if we're going to continue and go west and go chase that snowstorm tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Vince has got the same cloud on the left side of his screen there. Look how close Brandon and Vince are. You see that? And then look at here. Vince got the same thing over there. So this is the storm that we're watching over here in Minnesota. It looks like these storms have gone outflow dominant, which means that the tornado threat might be decreasing quite a bit as we go into the future, which is very good news for the residents in this part of the country. Good news is we got the best storm chasers in the world up there keeping an eye on it for us. So we're going to keep checking in on them. It's starting to get spicy in Covington, Kentucky, it says Billy. Billy, thank you so much for sending this in. It does look like it's starting to get spicy there. And you think it's spicy now, it's going to get even spicier as we go a little bit further into the future. So let's go back to Cincinnati on a Radar Omega app. Let's check it out. Let's see what's going on with Cincinnati now. I'm interested to see what that storm looks like. You know, it doesn't look as, just based off of radar, the tornadic portion of it doesn't look as impressive. However, the hail core is off the charts, man. This thing's going to bring in a big hail. It's currently bringing in big hail close to the airport. It's going to continue to do so. And then it's also going to bring some big hail to Stringtown, Mount St. Joseph, Villa Hills, Erlanger. You guys got to get ready for some very strong winds and some large hail here. I'm going to check on my home area once again with this severe thunderstorm that's moving through Jackson and Campton right now. These are moving really slow. These could end up causing flash flooding problems too. But you can see how we had a little bit of a split there. The northern one's going up towards West Liberty. The southern one might maintain its path towards Prestonsburg. So these are strong storms. For Eastern Kentucky standards, these are very strong storms. Make sure you're prepared for that in Prestonsburg. Still got some very large hail, damaging winds getting ready to come through portions of West Virginia near Beeson, Eads Mill, Streeter, and Hinton. Getting into some very tall mountains there as well. And I want to take you back to Bardstown, south of Louisville. This is an extremely strong thunderstorm, and I'm very interested to see some of the pictures that we're about to get out of Bardstown. If we got anybody watching in Bardstown, please, if you can do so safely, send us some pictures and videos. Because I'm sure that there's some big hail, some crazy winds happening right now in Bardstown. And look at the southern side of the storm. This is a classic look of a supercell thunderstorm that wants to produce a tornado. This storm wants to produce a tornado. It's got the rotation. It's got the dangly bit on it. It's in a good environment for it, and it's unimpeded to the south. This is the definition of a discrete supercell. So we'll see what happens. I don't, obviously there's something keeping that tornado from coming. So let's hope that continues to be the case, because this is going to move towards Mooresville, Brush Grove, and Willisburg over the next little bit. We don't want to see any tornadoes as we approach Lexington, Kentucky here. All right, so let's leave these. Let's come back to this one. We've been watching this one for a while too. Guys, all of these storms are incredibly impressive in their structure. And I'm kind of concerned that if these things, let's say that the atmosphere becomes more favorable for tornadoes as we go later on into the evening, I think that any one of these storms is going to have the ability to produce a pretty big tornado. So I'm kind of concerned about this. Look at this one near Campbellsburg, Rush Creek Valley, Plattsburgh. You got a big hailstorm coming for you, and then another dangly bit with potential rotation near Saltillo and Campbellsburg. But this is not producing a tornado just yet, and it's actually not even producing enough rotation to warrant a precautionary warning just yet. We're just watching it. We're watching it closely. We're also watching this one. Some stronger but more broad rotation moving into Comiskey and Lovett in Indiana. It's wild out here, guys. We got so many storms. Let's come back to central Illinois. Tornado warnings for Salem, Illinois. Here's a video from Salem, Illinois, just moments ago as the storm was first starting to come in. Hopefully, Topanga, is that your name? I hope I said that right. Hopefully you got to your safe spot directly after taking this video. We don't want you guys out here taking pictures and videos during the storm. We want you to be sheltered. This is from Gianna. Says these are some gnarly SLCs from earlier near Arnold, Missouri. Love it. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, real quick, I sent you a couple pictures. It looks like we are getting some damage coming out of the St. Louis metro area, in addition to the Chester, Illinois area, just south of that. A lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down being reported. Still no injuries. We do have those car entrapments we're waiting to hear back, but so far it's just a lot of tree and power line damage, which is bad. Of course, be careful, but nothing too intense, no structural damage that we're hearing of at this point.
Okay, thank you, Carly. We're going through the pictures now that you've sent. Yeah, this is pretty extensive tree damage. I'm interested in hearing the power outage numbers if you can get that for us. I'd say that we've got a lot of power out in this area. Just from looking at these pictures, obviously I don't know. But Chesterville and then the St. Louis area, all the way up to a little bit further points north, we're getting a ton of trees down and all kinds of nasty stuff. This is Chesterville. Look at this. This is the area that Reed was in. Like, this is right in and around where he was filming. So very, very significant tree damage here coming out of Missouri and Illinois. This is, once again, what you can expect if you live in front of this line today. This line means business. Straight winds. Yeah, that's not tornado damage.
If I could interject real quick.
You're good.
Yeah, so in Missouri, we've currently got almost 17,000 power outages statewide. And then in Illinois, it looks like we've got just over 10,000, and I'm sure that's going to continue to climb as these storms continue to progress.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carly. So power outages, that's going to continue to be a problem. The good news is here, it really looks like the majority of this mesoscale convective vortex is just very cold. This thing has rained itself out back here. We've got a lot of stratiform rain back here south and east of St. Louis. We got a lot of cloud cover out in front of it. So like this part is not really as strong, but we still have a very strong area of wind coming through the north and eastern portion of this, going towards Altamont and Effingham and Montrose. So we're going to continue to watch this part of the storm very closely as we go forward. But I'm telling you guys, I'm becoming increasingly concerned about these storms. These are the ones that I think are going to steal the show as we go a little bit later into the evening. We've currently been streaming for only 3 hours. I'm sure we'll go at least another 3. And as we do so, our threat area is going to transition to the east ever so slightly, okay? And we're going to follow that mesoscale convective vortex. We're going to follow these supercells popping up out in front of it, and we're going to keep you updated all evening long. Once again, we've been going for 3 hours. We currently have 16,000 people watching. This is a great moment where we only have one tornado warning in effect right now before things start to pop off again, to remind you that if you can, if you want to, please share this across social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Send it in a text message to a family member or friend so that we can get this vital information out to people who otherwise might not be able to get it. Maybe they don't have TV. Maybe they don't like the news. Maybe they just prefer watching the news or watching the weather on YouTube. I mean, hey, whatever we can do to make sure that people get life-saving information, I'm down for it. So let's try to share this. If you don't want to share it, at least please hit the thumbs up button, just like you would on a YouTube video. That tells YouTube to promote us to people who are just browsing through YouTube right now, who may not have any idea the severity of what's going on with some of these storms that are approaching them. So thank you guys for doing that, and thank you for sending in your pictures and videos as well. Lots of hail pictures coming in. Here's Bardstown, Kentucky. We've got some, looks like quarter-size hail there. Thank you for sending that in. Whoa, I just saw, okay, Boston, Kentucky. That's got to be near Bardstown, right? Here, hold on. I got to find Boston, Kentucky. Or maybe they were just like so shook up, like from the hailstorm, that they were like they were trying to type Bardstown, but it just came out as Boston. I don't know. I'm getting ready to find out. Okay, so there is a Boston, Kentucky, and it is right next to Bardstown, so that makes sense. Okay, my bad. I didn't know that. Boston, Kentucky is right here. Bardstown's right here. So that's where some of that larger hail came from. And there you go. That's some very large hail near Boston, Kentucky. Currently, we have one tornado warning. One tornado warning is in effect right now, and this is for Marion, Illinois. Marion County, Illinois. And as of right now, it doesn't look very impressive, just to be honest with you, as far as the rotation goes and anything. So we're not really spending a lot of time talking about it. But if you're in Omega, please take shelter now. Jared, thank you so much for the super chat. If you guys want to send me pictures or videos, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter. This is south of Salem, Illinois, is another scary looking cloud. An SLC is what we like to call them. And Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic has got somebody out in front of his vehicle here who is really, really fascinated with this storm. Okay, this must be the guy that's riding along with Brandon. He's getting a great video right now of something behind the camera. But you can see behind him, we've got a very good view of the updraft of this storm. That's where the air is going into the storm. It's getting sucked up right there. And we're going to continue to watch this. This is up in Minnesota, by the way. Vince Welty is on that same storm, but he's driving down the road right now. And Zach and Frankie. Zach and Frankie are... Where are Zach and Frankie? Near Opdyke, Illinois? I haven't gotten a location update from him in a second. Oh, okay. I see where he is now. I see where he is. Let's get an update from him. Hey, Zach and Frankie. What's up, y'all? We're just checking in, see what your thoughts are.
A new tornado warning has been
and we got a new tornado warning for Clay County, Illinois. There it is. This is for Louisville, Edgewood, and Dietrich in Illinois. National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning for Clay County and Effingham County in south central Illinois. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Stephen Forbes Station, or 12 miles northwest of Florida, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Hey Ryan, we had to stop and get some gas here. We're just south of Mount Vernon, Illinois. I think we're going to kind of reposition here, see if anything develops on the southerly extent of this mess. So we'll be checking back in with you.
All right, thank you, Zach, from Vortex Chasing. We got 9-year-old Chase watching. Shout out to Chase. Look at him. Future meteorologist right there. Ooh, got some really interesting cloud formations here coming from Dodge Center, Minnesota earlier. Thank you so much for sending that in. Very, very interesting stuff. Here's the latest satellite imagery of today's severe weather outbreak. You can see that mesoscale convective vortex and the area of warm air that's getting lofted out in front of it that's causing those storms to form out in this area. Still hasn't warmed up very significantly here. Here is Wren's view from Lexington, Indiana. Very ominous shelf cloud moving in. Zoe says, hey, my family and I watch you all the time from Vine Grove, Kentucky. We're wondering, what do you do when you're doing a 6-hour live stream and you have to go to the bathroom, but you can't take a break? You just hold it. It's definitely happened to me plenty of times before. Just hold it. Thankfully, though, now we have, Carly, and we have Andy, and, if anything like that was to happen, I trust Andy for me to step away at any time, no matter what's going on. He's got it. He's got you covered. Here is Union, Kentucky. This is a view from Union, Kentucky, looking to the north and west. I'm retweeting a bunch of this stuff, guys, if you want to go over there and look at it. At Ryan Hall, y'all.
The room temperature is 73 degrees Fahrenheit.
And then, of course, just in case anybody didn't already see this, I want to show you Reed Simmer's video again from Chester, Illinois earlier. This is insane stuff. Check it out.
Whoa! Big winds happening out here! Big wind bang! Holy cow! That gas station's coming undone, I bet. Wow! Major wind bang! Major wind bang! Power flash is in town! Wow! Holy cow! You gotta be kidding
It's like a hurricane. Like this, like you could have, somebody could have sent this little part right here to me and cut out like, 10, 15 seconds of it and said, hey, did you know that this was from Reed's Hurricane Ida intercept? I would have been like, yeah, looks like it.
Power flashes!
Because this, if you go back and look at Reed's Hurricane Ida footage, some of it looks like this.
This is legit!
Ryan, are you available for an update?
Yeah, go ahead, Zach. Just waiting on Zach to reply there. We'll give him a second. This is nuts. This is nuts. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, real quick, just wanted to give you an update. Those who were stuck in the elevator due to the power outage have been rescued, so they are okay. Unfortunately, though, we are getting more reports of homes being struck by lightning, more trees and power lines down. We also have a report of a downed tree and power line that have sort of fallen on each other together on top of a car and then caught fire. That's in Marion County in Illinois. So we'll definitely keep you updated on that. We are also still waiting to hear back about those water rescues. So we'll update you on those as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got, as you just heard, guys, we've actually had a lot of news, like a lot of stuff to report on today, and it's because the widespread damaging nature of the winds with these storms and as well as the flooding. We haven't had a lot of, I think we've, if I was a betting man, I'd say we've definitely had one tornado today earlier. The one we saw that big correlation coefficient drop for. But other than that, we haven't seen a whole lot of tornadoes today. We haven't seen a whole lot of anything like that. We've just seen lots and lots of wind damage, lots of hail as well. So
sorry to cut you off. Actually, if you go into the stream text as well, I think probably the worst damage we've seen today, which is actually structural home damage, is in the stream text, and that looks like it's from Keysport, Illinois. I would say that's probably the worst we've seen so far.
Yeah. Okay. I'm pulling that up now. There you go. This is what she's talking about. This is near Keysport, Illinois. Certainly. Oh yeah. Certainly some of the worst damage that we've seen so far. We've got looks like some home damage there, as well as a large metal building too. And we've got another picture just now coming in of some a very large tree snapped down near Iron Mountain, Missouri. So the reason we like to show this stuff, guys, is obviously this isn't breaking news, a tree falling down, but we want you to know what's coming. Okay, Effingham, Newton, all the way up there towards Shelbyville, and maybe even as far north and east as Greenup in Illinois. All up and down the I-70 corridor. This storm is going to come through, and it's going to knock down trees like this. It's going to tear apart metal buildings. It's going to continue to cause severe wind damage, so we just want you to be prepared, okay? Do you live in a house that has a tree like this next to it? You've always wondered, you know, man, if a good enough wind gust came through, it'd probably come down in our living room. Well, it's probably not a good idea to be in the living room right now. Let's get on the other side of the house, or at least into the most interior room with no windows, and you know, let's ride this out together. Odds are everybody's going to be all right. You know, I really try hard not to scare anybody here, but at the same time, it's good to be smart. It's good to be a smart person and be aware of what could happen, and we have the technology to really understand what could happen as we go forward. And if you're in Effingham, Illinois, this could happen with multiple trees and power lines, and of course power outages are going to be a possibility as well. Here's some more footage from that gas station, or pictures from that gas station in Missouri, on the side of the Chester Bridge. Major damage there. And yeah, so just be prepared, guys. This is coming down the line in Illinois, and it's going to continue to affect people as we go forward. Now, let's check in on some of these other storms. Let's go back over here to Kentucky. We still have, oh my goodness, look at here. We got a storm literally, I would say 30 miles away from me, and it's got a dangly bit on it. Let's check out the velocity. We got nothing. We don't have much to worry about here with rotation, but certainly some hail falling here, moving into Waldo and Fredville. This will eventually move into Martin and Prestonsburg, and maybe if it keeps its eastward trajectory, it might even make it into Coal Run Village in Pikeville, Kentucky. So y'all get ready for that. The current temperature where I am is 71.6 degrees. So the temperature is going down quite a bit, as that first round of precipitation has really dampened the favorable environment, I guess, that we had initially for strong storms. But this one is certainly still packing a punch, and it might continue to do so as it comes into this area. So I'll keep watching it. Additionally, we got strong storms up here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Odd, Ghent, Streeter, Hinton. Big hail is expected with that. And all of our severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina and Tennessee have been allowed to expire. Now let's check back in on our storm that went through Bardstown and caused all kinds of problems. It's still causing problems. Right now in Mooresville and Willisburg, south of Lexington. This is another one that I think that we should be watching very closely for the potential for a tornado to be forming. Look at this, guys, near Valley Hill, just south of Valley Hill. We have a developing area of rotation. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, we have a developing area of rotation. We have a dangly bit. We have a hook echo. This is, in Kentucky right now, probably the most likely storm that could potentially produce a tornado. So I'm pretty concerned about Harrodsburg and Mackville. You're not under a tornado warning, but let's watch this one very closely as we continue to see this thing develop as it moves to the east. Strong storms also moving from west to east into Lexington as well. Cincinnati, you're feeling it. You are feeling it right now. Let me go to the Dayton radar here. Man, that is a mean storm coming into Cincinnati right now. The airport just got it, and now we're getting ready to see some of that hail go through downtown Cincinnati and Covington. We still have the dangly bit. We still have the hook echo here, but no signs of tornadic activity just yet. Let's come back up here north of Louisville. Louisville, you guys have been really lucky so far dodging most of these storms. But it does look like you will eventually get hit. But as of right now, the strongest ones are to your north, as we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lancaster all the way over to China and Canaan in Indiana. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that will likely be reissued for Austin and Scottsburg and Vienna in Indiana over here. Both of these supercell storms are rotating, and we got to watch these for potential cyclonic or the increase of cyclonic rotation that could lead to tornado genesis. So that's what we're watching over here in Indiana. strong storms popping up everywhere. And I'm still sticking to what I was saying earlier about this area being the area where I think the most likely chance of us seeing tornadoes is going to happen. And it's going to be over the next few hours, right in through here. So if we get to 10 p.m. and we still haven't seen any big-time naders, I think we're all right. But until then, we're going to continue to be hyper weather aware. The only tornado warning that we have right now is for Clay and Effingham counties in Illinois. And you can see it right here on Radar Omega. You can see the purple box there. That is a tornado warning. We still have an area of rotation right there. The main threat here is going to be a large hail and straight line damaging winds with just the chance of an embedded tornado in there. Wow. Things have certainly changed a lot over the past little bit. We started off with this MCS way down here in Missouri. We started off with just a couple storms down here in Kentucky. And we started off with a big storm in Minneapolis, and now, look, everything is cleared out of Minneapolis. The storms up here in Minnesota and Wisconsin have died down quite a bit. It's died down quite a bit. So this is the main area of concern right now. Cincinnati. Somebody from Cincinnati just sent me this on their Radar Omega app, and they said, it's got a dangly bit. It does. It sure does. But as of right now, no tornado associated with that dangly bit, thank goodness. Let's see here. The whole house is invested watching the stream. Kellyanne, thank you so much. Look at this. We got the whole family together watching the Ryan Hall y'all stream. Shout out to you guys. Hope you're staying safe. Hope you're staying weather aware. We're going to get back to the radar right here in a second. I do want to show you all these videos that we're getting in, though. Look at this. From Fort Wright, Kentucky. Dark clouds, storm moving in. That's probably associated with that storm that's moving towards me right now. Here is some damage from Reed Timmer. He says significant wind damage at a gas station on the Missouri side of the river from Chester, Illinois. Dang. So Reed Timmer was really close to this gas station that we've seen so many pictures of today, but this is not the one that he was at while the storm was going on, I don't think. Amy Davis, thank you for that. Brandon, thank you for becoming a member. And Trent, thank you for that. He says, thank you for informing about the Deputy Indiana area. That's no problem. I try my best, and everybody here on the team tries our best to inform you on every area during situations like this, but you guys can imagine it's hard to, we currently have severe thunderstorm warnings in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states. And, it's hard to jump back and forth. So we do try our best. Driving towards St. Louis. Thank you for sending that in, guys. And thank you once again for all of the kind words and pictures. Hanover, Indiana. Wow, that is a nasty looking cloud too. Dang. Remember, guys, we only want you guys to do this if you can do so safely. If you're under a tornado warning or even a severe thunderstorm warning today, I would advise that you don't take pictures. Wait until the storm's over. Here's some baseball-sized hail damage at North Posey. Wow. You see, it's these guys that we're trying to reach out to. Like, hey, you got baseball hail coming? Try to get that thing under something. Time lapse of the clouds this afternoon in Hager City, Wisconsin, southeast of the Twin Cities. We had hail 10 minutes after this clip. Wow, look at that. That's an impressive time lapse. That's beautiful. You can see very clearly the base of the storm. You can also see very clearly that there wasn't a lot of rotation with it. There was some, but not a lot. That's the sign of an incredibly strong updraft. Because it wasn't rotating, we just didn't get a tornado. But that strong updraft led to the large hail that we saw. All right, let's take a look at Vince's feed. Wow, he's got a nice looking shelf cloud on his feed right now. We can also take a look at Vince's exact location and his feed on the Radar Omega app. So I'm going to come over here. I'm coming to the lacrosse radar. And then this little icon, if you ever see this and when you're looking at your Radar Omega app, that's Vince. And you can click on him, and you can see that it's 80 degrees. It's 80 degrees where he is right now. He's got a dew point of 59.3, so the conditions are favorable out in front of this storm, certainly, to continue to grow. And that thing's moving pretty fast, too. Very nice looking shelf cloud there on Vince Welty's stream. Once again, you can view that in Radar Omega. Links in the description. Duncan I love your name. Thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, we still have that one tornado warning in Illinois for Clay and Effingham counties, but I'm thinking that's going to be allowed to expire here before too long. I'm really watching these storms up here around Cincinnati and Louisville and south and west of Lexington. These are the ones that I think have the biggest chance of going tornadic now, but thankfully none of them have done anything remarkable here recently. Strong storm coming through Cincinnati now, some hail, some wind. Let's get an update on this storm back here closer to portions of eastern Kentucky. Very strong storm moving into Waldo. It's rotating, but not much. It's rotating, but not much. And then this one over here, man, this is probably the most impressive storm that's going on right now. Out of all the storms that are occurring right now, this is the most impressive one by far, and it's going through Willisburg right now. It's getting ready to go through Duncan and Mayo, eventually through Salvisa and Harrodsburg, Kentucky. This is south of Lexington. Now, in Lexington, you've got some lightning, some thunder, some heavy rain. You're likely going to see that increase over the next little bit as this next storm comes through. But the big storm with the potential tornado development is going to stay to your south there in Lexington. Very, very interesting stuff, to say the least. And then this one over here is just a monster of a storm heading into Pleasant. If you're in Pleasant or Madison or East Enterprise or Friendship in Indiana, get ready. Large hail, flooding rains, and a potential tornado over there. We also got a little bit of rotation still left in this storm near Scottsburg. But as of right now, things seem... Yeah, let's see what Vince is saying about his storm. Hey, Vince, we're looking at your shots. Beautiful storm you got in front of you there. Just whenever you got time, give us an update. What do you think's going to happen with it, and what's your plan going forward? This is professional storm chaser Vince Welty.
Well, I see a funnel cloud was reported with this on Spotter Network, and I don't know why. There never was one. But it's pretty benign right now. It's kind of just a shelf or outflow dominant looking thing here. Probably the most beautiful supercell I've seen all year, though. I'm going to be tweeting out a panoramic shot. It's a 180-degree shot of the entire horizon here. I'll tag you in just a minute. You'll probably want to put that on screen. You'll see what I'm talking about, because the 9x16 crop on the video does not do it justice. So I'll put that out here in just a minute for you.
All right. Thank you, Vince Welty. You guys know Vince Welty. I think that Vince is probably top 5 storm chasers ever right now. And you know what? I wish that there was some sort of official ranking system for that, but it just doesn't exist. Maybe we should invent it. Storm chaser rankings. Oh man, it would be completely unbiased. I would have, like, obviously, I wouldn't be the one that decides who's in what place. It would be some sort of fair system, but I think that would be cool to see, like, a leaderboard of, like, who's the best storm chaser this year. Matt, thank you for becoming a slight risker. Broad view. Here's a look at everything that's going on right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia, West Virginia, I should say. South and east of Beckley. Severe thunderstorm warning for Magoffin, Breathitt, and Knott counties in Kentucky. That's moving into Floyd and Pike County. Get ready. We got a severe thunderstorm warning with 1 inch in diameter hail south and west of Lexington, Fayette. This is the one that's moving towards Harrodsburg. Get ready for that. Large hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Salem and Crawfordsville in Indiana. Also, North Vernon and Aurora, Harrison, Cleves. Every single one of you is under a tornado, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Also, big-time severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Effingham, Neoga, all the way over to close to Newton. That's going to be continued towards Toledo and Casey, I believe, and Newton and Olney. So make sure you guys are ready for that. Strong winds are coming up the I-70 corridor towards Toledo and Casey within the next hour or two. Also, the storms up here in Minnesota and Wisconsin are kind of right now. But the strongest one is the one that Vince is on, the one that you see above my head there. That one is moving into Chatfield and St. Charles, or Chatfield and Spring Valley, really, over the next little bit. Cowboy up. Thanks for becoming a member. Reed Timmer has to be number one. I think so. Yeah, I think Reed Timmer probably would be in the number one spot. We should figure that out. Wow. Did you guys see that? You see Vince's little preview of his picture there? Wow, that is incredible. Photography there from Vince Welty, who's on an incredible Supercell thunderstorm near Spring Valley, Minnesota. That is a multi-layered, chocolate-covered red velvet cake, but a thunderstorm, if that makes sense. That's a stunning picture. Guys, go to Twitter and retweet this. Go follow Vince. People like Vince and all of our storm chasers, the way that they are able to do this is that they have to have large followings on social media or it doesn't work, right? Like news stations don't pay for storm chasers pictures anymore. News stations really don't even pay for their live feeds anymore like I do. I think that that's going to change. I think that they're going to start doing it. But, storm chasers, they lose money out here, guys. And like one of the ways that they're able to keep it going is by having large followings and, getting views on their YouTube videos and stuff like that. So let's try to support Vince and everybody else that's associated with the storm chasing team here. And, of course, the storm chasers are also supported by the Y'all Fund. If you've noticed down here, the Y'all Squad cash box right now has about $16,000 in it. The last time we were here together, it had over $20,000 in it, but we did some interesting stuff with it that you'll hear about here shortly. We've helped a lot of people. We've been able to help people impacted by severe weather. And of course, we've been able to continue to help our storm chasers. If these guys don't work for me. I want to make that clear. Vince Welty is not my employee. He's a contractor. He's a freelance storm chaser. He'd be out there whether or not I was live or not. So when these guys encounter severe problems like flat tires or big time problems with their vehicles or busted out windshields and stuff like that, I would love to be in a position where we could always help them through that, even though it's not our vehicles, it's not our stuff. So that's one of the things that we're also doing with the Y'all Fund is we're helping out in situations like that. And we have bought some tires and we bought some windshields and stuff already. So thank you guys for going to shopryanhall.com, buying a t-shirt and adding to that fund. That is a very, very generous thing for you to do. And also the merch is just cool. So it's a win-win situation for everybody. If you're just now tuning in, we are currently watching a severe weather outbreak in Clay and Effingham counties. That's where we've got this tornado warning, but also it spreads out much further than that. It goes into Virginia, eastern Kentucky, central Kentucky, portions of Indiana and Ohio, and all the way up there into Minnesota and Wisconsin as well. I'm starting to hear increasing amounts of thunder outside. Temperature 71 degrees. All right. So how do I work this out to where I can go handheld? How can I go outside and give a weather report, but still be live here? There's got to be a way that I can do that. I can stream from my phone to Discord or something, or maybe Zoom. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to figure that out. I'm gonna do a live report. I'm gonna do a live report from my front porch when this severe thunderstorm gets into my area. If it makes it. If it makes it. It looks like it's going to. I'm over here. Man, that storm over there back towards Harrodsburg, like, my goodness, dude, is this seriously not? Gosh, man, this is the craziest looking storm that doesn't have the rotation that you'd think it would have that I've seen. Like, that looks like it should be having a huge couplet right here. But thankfully for Harrodsburg, it doesn't yet. Drink some water, dude. Oh, this is water, by the way. If you guys have seen me sipping on this, it's water. If you ever go to a store, I shouldn't do this because we're not sponsored. But, like, this is not, like, I'm just being serious. If you ever go to a store and you see something called Liquid Death, don't be afraid. It's not liquid. It doesn't taste like death. It tastes really good, actually. Currently, this is the broad view of everything. It's literally just water. The one that I have is flavored water. It's like LaCroix, but way better. All right. All right, let me do something real quick. I'm going to try to figure out what I'm going to do here. Oh, Frank, there was an account you made for me for Discord not too long ago. If you can find the information for that again and DM it to me, that would be great. I can get on. I can broadcast to myself through Discord, I think. Yeah, Ryan, join the Zoom call on your phone and be the top speaker so you show up in the panel. I don't know if I can do that like I'm on the Zoom call on my computer and I can't leave that or else I won't be able to broadcast it. I don't know if I can be on it on the computer and on my phone at the same time, but I'll try it. Yes, you can. Okay, I'll try it. I'm downloading the app now. I don't even have Zoom on my phone. If you're just now tuning in, I'm going storm chasing on foot here in a second. I'm going to try to broadcast it. Yeah, I am live on TikTok. But I don't want to take that with me. All right, I'm signing in. Ugh. Oh my God.
Disposition of the Petroleum Estate Field Report, arrest made, jail. 1377.
Man, it's looking like it's not going to work. Andy, if you've got a second, if you have anything at all that you can talk about here, just to give me a second, or Carly, either one.
Yeah, I got you, Ryan. We are done with all current tornado warnings. They've been allowed to expire at the moment. And it looks like the majority of our mesoscale convective system in Illinois has congealed into one just blob storm that's not severe warned, just to the southeast of Effingham. So the vortex itself, our storm-induced low-pressure system, is going to continue to propagate to the east across southern Indiana into Ohio and the Louisville area overnight. But as it loses daytime heating, it won't have the steam to produce these significant severe risks associated with it. And that's why we don't see a slight or marginal risk extended, well past southern Indiana for the areas tonight. So we're expecting this maybe the line of storms in Illinois and headed into Indiana right now are on their last breaths. And our only other thing to watch right now are these semi-discrete to discrete supercells that are in southeast Indiana. Right now, currently not severe warned, but still working. I see Ryan there.
Yeah, so I don't think this is going to work because it switched me. Now it's not showing on the stream. So I've got to think of a different way to do it then.
Yeah, so did that.
Did it? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, so I'm... Okay. All right, I want to try to fix this. Give me just a second. Oh. Man, this is... I don't know what's going on. Give me just a second. New meeting. You have another meeting in progress. I want to end the other meeting. I want to join this. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm going to invite. We don't have any tornado warnings right now, guys, so that's why we're kind of just... We're trying to do something different, something a little fun. If I had the ability to go outside and do this, I kind of want to. So that's what we're going to try to do. All right, I got you guys back now.
Okay, test. Good.
All right, keep it going for like 2 more minutes as I log into that different Discord account.
Okay. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys, I disappeared for a second. Working on the back end here. Okay, so like I was saying, the severe threat will dissipate overnight. So right now we have the rest of our severe weather threat maximized through the evening hours, and that's for southeast Indiana into Cincinnati, as well as this lone supercell or 2 lone supercells, one of which is causing our troubles here as Ryan tries to get it as it heads towards Pikeville in eastern Kentucky. And we still have this supercell persisting near Mackville, Kentucky. It actually looks a little bit better. We've been tracking this thing for literally like 2 hours at this point and just waiting for it to produce a tornado or something. Like it's had rotation, it's had tight rotation, it's cycled, it's had a rear flank downdraft, it's had a dangly bit, it's had it all. But I haven't seen it actually we haven't seen it actually produce a tornado at all. So it looks good from like the upper levels when we're sampling it 3,000 feet aloft. There is an evident mesocyclone, which means the supercell is rotating, and it has the potential to stretch to do some vertical stretching and connect with a tornado on the ground, but it just has not successfully done that for this entire time. So anyways, I mean, it's still persisting. It's still got good inflow into it, some moist and warm air feeding into it, headed east towards Harrodsburg, Kentucky now. So that is, I mean, it's still severe warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but yeah, we've been waiting for it to do anything tornadic. It's mostly just been a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts and hail. So that will head east through Harrodsburg, eventually through Hall, applicable to the channel, and Bourne into eventually Richmond, Kentucky, and Madison County. So that's tracking east for a while. It'll probably end up losing its steam as we head into the nighttime hours, into twilight, and we lose daytime mixing from the sun. Okay, so yeah, beyond that, we've just got some more severe warned thunderstorms moving into the Cincinnati area. We had that initial cell go through. It lost a lot of its steam. It did drop golf ball size hail prior to entering Cincinnati proper, but it probably only dropped, half-inch or pea-size hail in the metro. However, there is a line of storms behind it. That's more warned for wind and hail. Little tornadic threat apparent with that as it becomes outflow dominant, heading into the Covington area and south of there along I-71. And then there are still a few more semi-discrete supercells in central and southeastern Indiana. That's in Scott County as well as Washington County, Indiana. And again, it's just like the central Kentucky cell. They have rotation. They have an evident mesocyclone, so they are rotating supercells, but they're not able to establish a prevalent tornadic threat. So that's what we're looking at right now. Even so, still some dangerous wind gusts and hail associated with these storms. And then, of course, the one that we're trying to get to here, and we're going to attempt to deliver you a live look at from Ryan's front door, is this severe thunderstorm warned cell in Floyd County, Kentucky, just to the west of Pikeville and Pike County. And it's tracking pretty much due east into Pikeville. Ryan is going to have a look at basically just right as it rams into him. It might go just south of him. So he's going to be able to see the lightning activity and possibly even, I mean, if he's got good enough daylight left, he might even be able to see the rain core, the precipitation core associated with it. So I'm interested to see what he's got to show us there, especially because the sun sets in the west. So it may shine through, because he's east of the storm, the sun setting in the west may shine through the precipitation. So he might have a really good view of it coming up here.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't even think about the time. I don't know how light or dark it is right now, but I think we've just about got everything set up to where I'm going to go on my own foot storm chase here. So just bear with us, guys, as we are continuing to work on this. This is the storm in question here that we're going to go try to look at. Moving into Pikeville and Coal Run Village. So it'll be interesting to see what we can see. I live out here in the mountains. Like I literally live on close to on top of a mountain, but still you can't see much because there are other mountains around. But we're going to try to set up something here. You do not have permission. Frank, I don't have permission. All right, so I'm going to try to get this set up, and then we'll go out there. And then, of course, we'll come back in and do our normal thing. But I'm a weather weenie. You guys know me, all right? As long as I'm not under a tornado warning, of course. I'm going to go out here and try to look at this thing. We are still watching several other storms, but no, there are no tornado warnings right now. There are no tornado warnings. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to give you an update on that cell headed towards you. Don't think there's an imminent tornado threat with it, despite maybe a present hook echo or an attempt at a dangly bit. Because I'm looking at the meso analysis and I see our effective helicity values are less than 100 meters squared per second squared or joules per kilogram. Same unit, by the way. And so there isn't a lot of ability of rotation to happen with this cell as it heads east into the mountains. Of course, localized, mesoscale things can happen. Topographically influenced rotations totally possible. Who knows what's going to happen? You get storms so rarely here in eastern Kentucky of this caliber. So, but from what I can tell, generally the environment is not going to be favorable for tornado genesis, but will support a nice hail risk.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, give me. Okay. All right, give me just a second, guys. I've just about got this figured out. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do this right here. I'll tell you what, we're going to turn Andy back on. This is live production right in front of you. We're copying. Watch this. We're going to copy Andy. We're going to paste Andy. All right. We're going to move. We're going to double Andy. All right. We got two Andys. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move this because check it out. The magic of OBS happening live right in front of you here. Boom.
Wow. Look at that.
Okay, and let's just make sure that this is working. Yeah, look at there. Boom, handheld. We're live, handheld.
Blow that up.
All right, so let's okay. Give me just a second. All right, so I'm gonna pull this up a little bit bigger here, about like that, and then best I can do for now is to do something about like this, and then we'll go outside and let's look at it. Let's do it. And Andy, of course, I won't be able to talk to you while I'm out there, but if anything important comes up, feel free to talk over me.
Okay.
I won't be out there long, guys. I'm curious. I want to see I want to see what's going on. So I'm gonna go step outside, and I will be right back. I'm gonna make it to where you can hear me. Test. All right, you can hear me a little bit too good there. All right, I'll be right back. Let's go outside.
I just tested it. Okay. Be quiet. All right. Oops, give me just a second. This is loaded by this. Putting on the Crocs. And we're gonna step outside. Come on. That's Luna. So I'm going to come over here where we've got a little bit of a better view. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I don't think we can see very much of anything just yet, because it is dark. Yeah, so the base of the storm is right there. See the lightning? That's where the base of the storm is. It does look like we got a little bit of mammatus coming out on the front side of the storm over here. Hopefully you guys can see this pretty good, and hopefully we're still transmitting. And as you can see, that right there is the base of the storm. We have a supercellular storm moving towards the y'all house with once again some really interesting looking mammatus clouds. Wow, crazy lightning, cloud to cloud lightning up there in the top of the storm. Very strong storm moving in. This is moving into Pikeville, Kentucky. By the way, I don't know how many people we have watching in Pikeville, Kentucky, but this storm could certainly bring some hail, some damaging winds, and you can hear the thunder roaring. There's the storm seeker. Yeah, hopefully it looks all right. But yeah, the strongest portion of the storm is right back in there, and you can see how it's coming in. Really, really impressive stuff for Eastern Kentucky standards, not gonna lie. I'm gonna sit here and take it in for just a moment more, and then we'll go back in. We'll get sheltered. I'm honestly, like, I'm once again on top of a mountain here. Not the best place to be in a lightning storm. But yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. So once again, I just want to reiterate that if you're just now tuning in, we are watching a supercell storm with maybe strong damaging winds and large hail move into the Pikeville, Kentucky region. And we've got a live view of it here from Kentucky, from just an area near Pikeville, Kentucky. As we're watching this thing come in. If it was just a little bit more daylight outside, this would be magnificent. This is I've never seen mammatus clouds that prominent here. So yeah, I need to, whenever we do these live streams and there is a chance for these storms to kind of come towards my area, the storm seeker needs to be ready to go. And then that way we can just transfer over to live storm chasing. What do you guys think about that? Transferring over to live storm chasing. So yeah, we've got some big time storms coming into the Pikeville, Kentucky area. I hate it, but I'm going to have to go in and continue the broadcast. We might come back out though right before the storm hits as it gets closer. So let's get the dog in. Come on, Luna. Come on, you don't want to be out here in a hailstorm. All right, so if I'm hearing this correctly, we did transmit the entire time. That's great news. All right. Gotta be quiet as we go upstairs. Baby Echo sleeps right next to the weather room.
That was fun. That was super cool. We got to do that more often. All right. Let's come back over. Okay, let's hide this. And we're good. Okay, so what you were just watching. Let me end this. Okay. What you were just watching was the storm moving into my area. Literally, you can see the storm coming in. I hope you guys saw some of those anvil crawlers. Really and prolific lightning. Lots of mammatus clouds. And also, I'm noticing that the temperature right before entering my area, the temperature is actually went up a degree or so. So I don't know what's up with that. But that is the storm that is coming into Pikeville, Kentucky right now. So we might go back out there here in a little bit. I don't know. Otherwise, I'm just going to stay right here. But thank you for bearing with me for that. I had to go outside and look at it. I just had to. All right. Let's bring the lights back to blue. Did it go over well? Like, did it look good and everything?
Yeah, it was great.
Cool. All right, so that's the storm that's moving into Harold, Coal Run Village, and Pikeville now. We'll see if they issue a new severe thunderstorm warning over there towards Pikeville, Zebulon, Kemper, and Shelbyana. But I'm pretty sure that they will. Get ready for some hail and some strong winds, and, of course, a lot of that lightning. And now let's check in on some of these other storms that we've been watching as well. Danville. Between Danville and Lexington, we've got that really strong storm that we've been watching for quite some time, moving through Harrodsburg. Still bringing hail. It's still bringing all of these things. Strong winds, but no tornado, thankfully. No tornado as of right now. Also, same for these storms that are moving through Cincinnati. Cincinnati, you got a new storm coming through. No tornado with that. We do have an interesting area of rotation with this storm south and west of Hanover that's getting ready to make it into the Ohio River region between Hanover and Madison and Monitor. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I wanted to direct your attention actually to La Crosse, so KARX up there in Minnesota, Wisconsin. If you look at that radar, you can see right next to Onalaska and French Island.
Hey, Ryan, do you have a copy on
city
this?
of La Crosse, there's an area of like 65, 68 mile per hour winds, 200, 300 feet above the surface. So those are easily mixing down to the surface before the planetary boundary layer stabilizes. But and this isn't severe warned. I don't see a severe thunderstorm warning encapsulating La Crosse County in Wisconsin, but there's these 65 mile per hour winds just above the surface. And I don't think that it's that stable of a boundary layer yet. So they should be mixing down quite powerful winds there that aren't severe warned. I think that little bit next to the radar was side lobe contamination. There was like 70, 80 mile per hour pixels there, but I don't think those were actually valid. However, I do see, 75 miles per hour showing up near French Island as of the last scan. So really interesting, potentially dangerous severe winds along I-90, a pocket of them just to the north of La Crosse.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. And these are the storms that he's talking about here. The strong storm moving into La Crosse. This will also move into West Salem and Bangor, all across the I-90 corridor there. And then this really strong one with probably some more intense winds moving through Rushford Village. And this is going to go into Monkey Creek in Houston. Down here, Vince Welty is right next to it. If you look at him on the Radar Omega app, you can see that he's got some really interesting stuff going on his stream. You can pull him up right here. Very, very interesting with the rising scud there. Fast-moving, low-level SLCs. Look at that. Wow. So this is the storm that is occurring right here near Lanesboro and Rushford Village. No tornado expected with that imminently, but still something very interesting is going on there in Minnesota right now as the storm continues to move on through. The mesoscale convective system that was prompting all of the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings earlier is really gone. For the most part, this thing has weakened significantly. And now, for the most part, we've just got a blob of storms, like Andy was saying earlier, moving up through the I-70 corridor. This might make it to Indianapolis, but by the time it gets there, it'll probably just be even more of a blob. Yeah, I think that for the most part, things are winding down in that area. I'm still concerned about this portion of the storms right here. If at any point the low-level jet increases enough tonight as the sun goes down to where we might see enough rotation to see a tornado, we want to be here for you, so we're not going to call it a night just yet. In fact, we'll probably at least wait until this storm moves by my area over here in and around Pikeville. So I am now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Pikeville and Coal Run Village is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we might step back out here in just a minute. But first, let's check out Brandon Kopic's stream. Look at this. Holy smokes, that is a nasty-looking cloud right there. Does look like it's rotating, too. And this is on the storm that both Vince and Brandon are on there near Dexter and Spring Valley, Minnesota. This is a live view of a rotating cloud. Not really sure if I even would want to call that a wall cloud. It's just a rotating bunch of clouds. They're near south and east of, or south west of La Crosse, I should say. The exact part of the storm that they are looking at, more than likely, if we come over to the radar, it's more than likely right in here to the west of Lanesboro. So once again, if you guys have the Radar Omega app, if you've went into the description and clicked one of those links and downloaded it for iOS or Android on your tablet or on your PC, you can click on this little thing right here and see Vince's stream up close.
Yes, there was.
There are 10 of you guys watching with me right now. What's going on with Brandon here? What, did you see those hand signals? Is he waving on the storm? You directing the traffic for the storm? All right, so we'll keep an eye on him. Hey, look here, meteorologist Spencer Atkins just tweeted out severe thunderstorm warning for Pike County, Kentucky. Even Ryan Hall needs to take cover. Meteorologist Spencer Atkins, he's WOWK-TV. I've been watching Spencer for a long time. He says even Ryan Hall needs to take cover. Ryan Hall's getting ready to go back outside, actually. just briefly, all right? Reed Timmer said, I've earned my stripes and I can call myself a trained professional, so don't try this at home. I'm a trained professional. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning up here. So we have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson and Scott counties in Indiana. This one up here, I think it should be considerable. The one that's coming into Monkey Creek in Houston and Yucatan and Minnesota. However, it's not just yet. And they did go ahead and decide to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for La Crosse, by the way. And that also includes Bangor and Cashton and Westby. All right, let's check back in on the storm that's getting close to me. It's trying to survive. It's trying. A lot of times, storms like this don't make it into where I am. The plateau system over here really stops a lot of the moisture. Like this part of the world is usually pretty moisture starved. It's usually pretty instability starved. So we'll see what happens there. Hopefully we don't get anything too bad. But if you're in Harold, Coal Run Village, Pikeville, Zebulon, certainly some very strong winds and some hail and some rains getting ready to move into the area right now. And if it wasn't so dark, I'd say it would look really impressive outside right now with that the base of the storm now becoming viewable across the mountain ridge there. What we got going on Vince's stream? I see wee-woos. All right, Brandon Kopic's got his wee-woos on. I don't know what for. I don't know what's going on out here. Let's ask him. Ooh, might not have enough service. All right, they don't have enough service for us to ask them right now, but we're keeping a close eye on Vince and Brandon as they just were looking at what looked to me like a pretty good rotating area of the storm. So we'll see what they're after. We're going to keep up with them. We just had thunder. I don't know if you guys just heard that, but we just had thunder shake the house here. Oh, it's Money Creek. It's Money Creek, not Monkey Creek. I don't know why. I don't know why I was saying Monkey Creek. But Money Creek in Minnesota. You're in the direct path of that strong area of wind. You see this backwards C here? This is in Minnesota. This is an area of strong winds coming in to Money Creek in Houston and Yucatan and these areas. Not Monkey Creek, Money Creek. I believe Reed Timmer's done for the day. Yeah, Reed Timmer is done for the day. Newport, Kentucky. Here's some photos from Newport, Kentucky. Got some SLCs back there, some Rise and Scud. Looking out my back door. That's the new song. We got Naders in the Dark. We got Looking Out My Back Door. We're building a country album about weather. That's the real goal for this channel. Oh, man. Currently, there are no tornado warnings in effect. Would you just look at it? Ryan, anvil crawlers outside his house. Oh, that's funny. Y'all need to join the Reddit. Well, just look at that. Oh, yeah, so you guys did get to see that pretty well. Very, very cool. All right, I'm going to take a quick, brief trip back outside. We'll get an update on what's going on out there. And then we'll come right back in. I don't want to be out there too long. I'm not going to stand in the rain, and I'm not going to run around in it like Reed. But I am interested in seeing what this thing looks like now. So let's do that again. We'll come back and, you know, we're going with the flow here. Make sure this still works. Yes, it does. Okay, so let me see if this works still. I'm gonna mute myself here.
Test. Okay. Oh boy. All right, so we're going downstairs. I'm going to peek out the front door here. Rain has started. And let me flip you all around. So this is a live view from near Pikeville, Kentucky, of the storm that's coming in. We can't really see any structure, but we can certainly see the lightning and hear the thunder as it comes through. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a lighter area right here. That's the core of the precipitation right there, and it is coming towards me right now. Overall, I would say that the storm is probably weakening compared to where it was just 30 minutes ago. But still, I feel the humidity. I feel there's still energy out here for sure. for the storm to work off of as it comes in. I don't see any signs of like a visible like base of the storm. I honestly just see the opening here where the hail and the rain is coming out there. That's closer to Coal Run Village. If you're looking at the radar on Radar Omega, when we look this way, we're looking at Coal Run Village. When we look this way, we're looking towards Prestonsburg. When we look that way, we're looking towards Hazard. So that's kind of where we are right now with this storm. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pikeville, Kentucky. Just waiting to see what this thing looks like. I'm telling you guys, if it was daylight, it would probably be pretty impressive seeing this thing come over the mountain there. But I think a lot of the lightning, a lot of the CGs that are happening too are shielded behind the precipitation. So there's a large area of precipitation right here. So a lot of these strikes we're not seeing. We're just seeing the flashes from. Very interesting stuff. The rain's starting to pick up. I said I wasn't going to stand out here and play in the rain, but I am going to try to stay out here for as long as possible. If you're just now tuning in, this is severe weather coverage nationwide. We talk about everybody. We've been talking about Missouri and Minnesota and Wisconsin all day. We've been talking about portions of Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio all day. And I just happen to live here in good old Eastern Kentucky, where one of these decaying supercell storms is getting ready to move through my neck of the woods. So I wanted to come out here and film it. Hope it looks all right. I know it's dark. Out. Trying to give you all a good view. You see that? Pretty cool. I don't know if that's like a weak East Kentucky version of an inflow tail or not. That right there is definitely the base of the storm, though. It's right in here. And then, you know, we're the reason we're getting rain right now is because we're the forward flank. The top of the storm is kind of over this area right now. One of the reasons too, if I pointed the camera straight up, we'd probably get a better view of the lightning, as some of those anvil crawlers would be more visible. But we're too close now to really even see those. I'm located near Pikeville, Kentucky. Not exactly in Pikeville, Kentucky, but near it. There we go. Wish I could like zoom. Can I pinch and zoom on my camera here? No. Guess not. We do have tornado sirens in Eastern Kentucky, believe it or not. I've never heard them go off except for during a test. But believe it or not, I don't think that our little town has done a test. Or at least I don't think they have in a while, because I haven't heard them in a long time. It's a good thing, though, here at the Hall household, we do not rely on tornado sirens. We make sure we have multiple ways of receiving warnings. One of those ways is a NOAA weather radio, which I'm surprised we haven't heard go off. But I'd say the reason we haven't heard it go off is because I probably preemptively unplugged it before the stream, because I knew this would happen and I just didn't want to be constantly interrupted. Because obviously I would know that we've got a tornado warning coming, or even a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, so really interesting structure right here. This is really the only place that we can actually see anything going on. Everything over here is just a wall of hail and heavy rain and precipitation. I can actually hear it in the distance. So if you're in Pikeville, Kentucky, if you're in Zebulon, Kentucky, if you are in Prestonsburg, obviously you're seeing it already. But even if you're a little bit further to the east in Belfry, Kentucky, Kemper, Phelps, this storm's going to continue to go off in your direction. And we're likely going to see some hail here. I don't know. Well, I'm just trying to stick around for long enough to see what exactly my neck of the woods is going to get. Remember, I have no access to radar right now. I don't have any access to the chat. I'm just sitting here talking to myself, standing on my front porch, hoping for the best. As at least to me, it seems like this thing is dying out a little bit. The thing is, though, is if what I'm looking at is correct, this is the close to the base of the storm here. The reason we see clear skies over here is because we're on the southern side, that way south. All of this is the heavy precipitation. I know that it's hard to see, but you see the light. That's the light from one of the cities around me. So all of that's covered in precipitation. That's a clear slot. So if there, let's say that this was a tornadic situation, this is where that circulation would be. It would be right in there, and it would literally be coming right towards me. So I am pulling up Radar Omega on my phone just to double check. Got a text message from one of my buddies that lives right down there. You see those lights? I got a friend that lives down there. He says he's got heavy rain and large hail right down there. I can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but you can probably obviously hear the rain that's falling real close to me. But I hear like the roar of the heavier rain that's falling down in that direction. It does seem like the biggest part of the storm, the core of the precipitation, I guess, is kind of going to miss me to that direction. It's going to go that way. And then I'm going to continue to get the base of the storm here. Once again, probably would be incredibly photogenic. Seeing the base of the storm, the shelf, and everything that's associated with this come over the mountain here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look from near Pikeville, Kentucky, of a severe thunderstorm moving in. I'm probably going to go back upstairs here in a moment. I was just wanting to give myself some time to see if we could see anything here, but I hear the storm. Like, I hear the heavy rain. I hear the hail. I don't know if there's hail. I just hear really heavy precipitation off to my south. I got another person that's texted me and saying that their power just went off. Yeah, I think that, oh, there we go. Somebody screenshot that one. All right, we're going to wait for the noise on that one. Then we'll probably head back in and get back on the radar. Woo! Lord, yeah, you feel it. You feel the energy in the air. It's not very often that we get a good thunderstorm in my home area. Usually I have to drive hours and hours to see these. All right. I do think that like the really heavy precipitation and winds and stuff are over there. So let's go back up and let's look at the radar some more.
All right. That was fun. All right, I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn this off. And we should be good to go. What did I just tune into? If you are just now tuning in, I was outside gawking at the little thunderstorm that's going through Pikeville, Kentucky now. The thing is decaying crazily, but it's still enough to get me excited out there. The crazy thing is like, so when we were outside just now looking at the precipitation and stuff, that area of light that you saw was coming from right over here. So literally my exact location is getting missed by the heaviest precipitation by far. But just as I kind of analyzed just by looking at the clouds and stuff, the area of rotation, if there was enough of a dangly bit to produce a tornado here, it would have, that is literally going to go right over where we are. So very interesting stuff there. It looks like we're going to get spared here exactly where I live, so hopefully no power outages. And as of now, we still have no tornado warnings. But we do have a lot of interesting looking storms out here. Let's check in on them. Just south of Lexington, we have a strong storm moving into High Bridge and Wilmore, and moving into Nicholasville. This is a very strong storm with 1.25 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Get ready for that. And then also we have a train of storms moving through the Cincinnati area. Cincinnati, you just got hit by a very strong storm. Carrollton, you are getting hit by a strong storm. Austin, Scottsburg, moving over towards Madison. We're going to see a training of strong storms right through here. Watch out for flash flooding in that area. None of these have a tornadic potential right now, though. Like, really, this is kind of calming down quite a bit. Let's check in on our storms that Vince and Brandon are on. Obviously, you guys have been seeing their feeds above me. This is Brandon Kopic's feed. This is Vince Welty's feed. And basically, they are just inside of this storm right now that just went through Money Creek and is now going through La Crescent and La Crosse. This is a strong storm, okay? Very, very high winds, maybe some hail, and certainly some lightning and some very intense rain. So get ready for that in La Crosse and La Crescent. And if you want to see Vince's stream up close, you can view that in the Radar Omega app. Banger, you just got hit. Leon, you're getting hit now. Norwalk and Wilton, you're next. But these storms have really not done anything intense. And thankfully, despite what I was saying earlier, the mesoscale convective system did kind of calm down, and that wasn't our main focus anymore after it went through St. Louis. But these storms over here, even though they have technically been our main focus, they haven't done much in the way of anything super impressive. So I'm very thankful for that. We are going to continue to watch them here for the next little bit, but I think for the most part, we are pretty close to wrapping it up. Andy and Carly, do you guys have anything right now that we need to talk about?
I don't think so, Ryan. I was, if the only things I had to mention would be the powerful winds that's moving through the East Cincinnati metro, and then the wind and hailstorm about to move into La Crosse, Wisconsin. The populated areas there, the ones that are going to see some possible severe weather, maybe even southern parts of Lexington, Kentucky as well, could see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail from the cell just south of them. So, beyond that, it looks like it is winding down.
All right, sounds good. Now, this is a live view from Brandon Kopic, where he's intercepting that storm up there that's near La Crosse. Vince Welty has a similar view, but we're going to stick with Brandon for now. And this is what you can expect in La Crosse over the next little bit. Strong winds, some hail. And this is basically the story of the rest of the night. We're going to continue to see storms, I think, throughout a lot of the night. And this is going to happen. Like these little storms, like this one, for example, in Kentucky, this little thing right here in Lexington, this is going to probably continue to create severe thunderstorm warnings all the way into Winchester, Jeffersonville, Frenchburg, maybe even as far up there as into Moorhead. Now these things, thanks to the sun going down and instability is kind of decreasing, these things aren't going to have as much to work with, and maybe we won't see a lot of new convection, but we will continue to see these things work along the warm front or the frontal boundary here as it moves off to the north all night. So we do want you to know that if you are in a severe thunderstorm watch tonight, continue to be weather aware. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a new one up here for the tri-state area between Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. And then thankfully the mesoscale vortex is pretty much completely fallen apart, so I don't know if anything else will come out from that. But I do expect for these storms to continue to do some stuff as we go later on into the evening. And then, we got a severe thunderstorm warning way down here into North Carolina as well. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail near Madison and Eden and Stoneville. So same thing down here. Like we're going to continue to see new storms pop up down here. But thankfully, the big threat, the tornadic threat of the day is passing. And that is good news. Yes, the big storm going through Cincinnati right now, but it is not tornadic. It's powerful winds, some hail, possibly some flooding. Let's see here. Oh, somebody got a screenshot for me of the lightning there. Thank you so much. And you see what I'm talking about? That would have been a really nice daylight structure picture there of the shelf coming right over the mountain. But yeah, looks like some, wow. Oh man, this is Cincinnati right here. That's a very short video. And you really shouldn't be, like if it's that intense, like you saw me, I was outside in some lightning and some breezes. But if it's getting that intense, you should probably get inside. But that's a look of what Cincinnati looked like not too long ago. Here is a scary looking cloud from Independence, Kentucky earlier. Now that's a convincing scary looking cloud right there. Thanks for sending that in. Let's see here. Here's a view of that storm that was coming near me. This is the view from Hatfield, Kentucky. That's severe cell in Pike County, Kentucky. This is the one that was near me. Mary Reed Runyon. Got a really good view of some lightning there. I'll retweet that. And there's another good screenshot. Thank you guys. Thanks for that. This is Luca, Illinois earlier, west of Salem, Illinois. Another good view of that shelf cloud there. Thanks for sending that in. All right. So here's what we're going to do. we are going to look at the HRRR and see what we can expect as we go later on into the night. Another cool thing about Radar Omega. Last call for Radar Omega. All right, link in the description. iOS, Android, you can get it for a tablet. Doesn't matter. Get it for whatever you want. We have the best weather app, radar app that exists, bar none. Nothing even comes remotely close. You can get it right now, and I encourage you to do so. Because I'm using Radar Omega here for this professional broadcast. I'm using it. You can use it for your professional broadcast if you have one. Or you can just use it for being at home and like wanting to see what's coming, wanting to see the radar and all that stuff. You get the current radar here, and of course there's different subscription levels. At one of those levels, you get access to weather models. Let's click on models. Let's go to convection allowing HRRR. This is the high resolution rapid refresh model. Follow along if you're in the Radar Omega app. And now we can look at the latest 00Z simulated radar. Okay, this is what I like to call the future radar. Now, your local TV station, you ever heard them say Futurecast or something like that, and they show you the future radar? It's more than likely just this. I hate to out them like that, but that's more than likely what it is. It's just the high resolution rapid refresh. Now, some places will have their own in-house models, but most of the time it's very similar to this. So let's see what the future radar looks like. And remember, guys, this thing's hardly accurate. This just gives us an idea of what could happen as we go into the future. So if you want to keep up with the date and time, right there it is, up at the top. You can barely see it, I know, but it's up there. 10 p.m. Let's go even further out. So around 2 a.m., we do expect that big cluster of storms that was originally associated with the mesoscale convective vortex to be in Indianapolis. And at this point, I still don't think that they're going to be very severe, but they could still pack a punch with some strong winds and some very, very heavy rain. But look, as I was stating earlier, we've got sails popping up out in front of it still at 2 a.m. Let's watch these things go all the way up into Ohio, Columbus. You're going to get it around 6 in the morning. Noon tomorrow, they'll be in Pittsburgh. And then we have maybe the reformation of some strong storms here around 2 p.m. near Williamsport. These will move into Scranton. Oh, wow. Yeah, so another damaging wind event possible from Williamsport through Scranton and possibly all the way into the New York City area tomorrow, associated with the same area of energy that we've been dealing with today. That's cool. That's interesting. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5 p.m., 6 p.m. tomorrow. Get ready in Pennsylvania. And also get ready down here in Oklahoma City. All right, between Dallas and Oklahoma City, we're going to see some big storms pop up around 8 or 9 p.m. And we're going to see storms pop up all up and down this cold front. From central Missouri into portions of Illinois, all the way up into portions of Michigan. And some really strong, heavy rain, possibly some strong winds all the way up here into Canada. Into Sudbury, North Bay, portions of Ontario and Quebec. Let's get a better look at that. First of all, let's check in on Brandon Kopic, man. He is in the middle of that storm up there in Minnesota near La Crosse, and things are looking daggone hairy up there. Okay, he froze, but as soon as I see him pick back up, we're going to come back to him. Hey, holy smokes. Roger Davidson, thank you so much for the incredible support today. Everybody say thank you to Roger for the really generous $200 super chat. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you. Jackson, thank you. He says, my favorite weather apps are Radar Omega and the Weather Channel. Well, that's awesome. I personally have never used the Weather Channel's app. I probably should get it. Wow, look at this. This is a video from Carrie's parents' house in Cold Spring, Kentucky during a severe thunderstorm, warm storm in northern Kentucky. Look at that, a transformer on fire. I'm retweeting that. Thank you for sending that in. My goodness. So yeah, we got strong storms forming tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll probably do a video tomorrow. I don't know if we'll do a live stream. It depends on what, I guess, the Storm Prediction Center decides they're going to do with this. If they end up issuing an enhanced outlook with an elevated, if there's a significant wind threat above a 30% or a significant tornado threat above a 10%, we will try to go live again tomorrow for this. But if not, look for a video, and if not even that, just look for me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. We'll be posting updates on there frequently. John Harless, thank you so much for the very generous $50 super chat. Y'all are awesome. Just a quick update. Let's go back. Let's get out of the weather models here. Let's go back to the future, or the present radar. And we're looking at this storm near Nicholasville, south of Lexington. And it's still chugging along. My little storm over here has died out completely. I killed it. And that big storm that caused the significant wind storm in Cincinnati is continuing to chug off to the east. I'd watch out in Blanchester, Lynchburg, Mount Orab, Bethel, New Vienna, Lynchburg, Hillsboro, and Winchester in Ohio. That's going to cause problems all the way over to Chillicothe. Get ready for that. Tornado threat's going down, though. Andy, you think so? What do you think about the tornado threat for the rest of the night?
Definitely on the downtrend, Ryan, and will continue to decrease as the boundary layer stabilizes, and you can't really establish any sort of vertical stretching to a mesocyclone.
Gotcha. Carly, is there anything else on your end? Any news or community-related stuff we need to go over?
No, I fortunately, we have no reports of injuries. We did get a pretty decent amount of damage coming out of, let's see, I believe, is it Chester or Chesterville, Illinois? That was probably the worst damage that we saw today. Outside of that, a lot of tree and power line damage, but again, no injuries. So yeah, I mean, fortunately, we didn't have a big day where we had a lot of damage reports coming in, thankfully. And I think you took care of pretty much all the super chats. So yeah, thank you everybody if you super chatted. I will figure out a way next time to make sure we get every single one and to somehow integrate the new members as well. I would like to include you guys as well. So thank you. We appreciate it.
100%. We appreciate it a lot. And I often say, if it wasn't for, super chats, we couldn't do what we do. If it wasn't for Radar Omega, we couldn't do what we do. If it wasn't for this, it wasn't for that. The truth is, if it wasn't for all of those, we couldn't do what we do, because the operation that we're running now, I don't know how many of you guys have been following along here, but it's a lot bigger than what it was before. There's a lot of people behind the scenes now. We have a lot of part-time, a lot of full-time members of the team. We've got even more storm chasers out there with we're just wait, you guys. I'm going to have a video out here soon where you guys are going to see what we're doing with Brandon and Vince. We have thousands and thousands of dollars of medical equipment that we're loading these storm chasers vehicles up with, that we're going to be sending them out there. We're building an infrastructure that allows our storm chasers to stream to us more easily. We're working with companies that have the ability to help us make the signal better and all that stuff. We're we've got meteorologists on the team. We've got this and that. Like, there's just a lot of stuff going on now. And if it wasn't for every single bit of this stuff where you guys are supporting and where we have support from people like Radar Omega, we couldn't do any of this stuff, and we couldn't continue to make this better. I think that the stream gets better every single time we go live. And if it wasn't for you guys, the people who are becoming members and super generous people like Roger Davidson, we could not do it. Here's a video from Brandon Kopic. Let's watch it. Ooh, beefy hail. Dang. So that's some hail west of La Crosse. So that's coming into La Crosse. So once again, La Crosse, get ready. Looks like you already got some of the hail that came through La Crosse, but where Vince and Brandon are right now is back here. That's coming through La Crosse too. Some large hail. Get ready for that. This will also be an area we have to watch for flash flooding as training thunderstorms go over the same areas over and over again. All right, we got some stuff from Gettysburg we got to check out. We always have to look at the memes from Gettysburg. Ryan Hall, beard meter, 5 o'clock shadow, kind of scruffy. It's getting hairy out there. Beard or get underground. I love it. New merch, weather weenie. I like it. We got to have we have to have a segment of pretty much every show where we look over Gettysburg's memes. Thunder Rolls, another good addition to the country album coming up. You guys think I'm joking, but there will more than likely within the next 2 years be a country album from Ryan Hall, y'all. Every song will be about a different storm or something. I don't know. And thank you guys for sending in these screenshots of the lightning in and around my house here. Meteorologist George Johnson says, you know nothing's really happening when Ryan Hall y'all starts showing memes. That's my favorite part of the show, man. I think we need to have a weekly meme review anyways, no matter what, whether there's a storm going on or not. I don't like when we have multiple tornado warnings. That's stressful. We're going to watch Brandon Kopic continue to ride out this storm here near La Crescent, Minnesota. And then we'll probably wrap it up. Remember, guys, please follow me on Twitter. I'm going to continue to have updates all night if we need them. And, of course, into tomorrow. We're going to have updates. And I think we might try to do a video in the morning. If not, we'll try to do a live stream. If not, we'll definitely be live tweeting. Sour Brown says, you are my favorite meteorologist. I try not to ever miss a live. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I did this thing this morning where I sent out some videos to some people who requested it. And there's a lot of kids out there who I think are being inspired to be meteorologists in the future. From what I'm doing here, even though I'm just a guy on YouTube, but so I'm happy that I have this position, and so many people are interested in what I'm doing here, and I really do hope that we see more people do it this way in the future. I talked to a lot of people in like 6th grade and 8th grade earlier today, and I was like, you know, if you want to be on TV, do it. But I think that there's a real opportunity here for some of these youngins to go get their degrees in meteorology and then do what I'm doing, just at a more incredible level. So I hope some of them do that. What you're looking at here live from Brandon's feed is an incredibly strong storm near La Crescent, Minnesota, with some large hail. And this is moving into La Crosse as well. This is Brandon's face while driving through that. Memes are a great stress reliever for the folks who get triggered by the warnings. Yeah. The Nader Bunch. This is a classic. You gotta love it. Yeah, what do you guys think about the videos, by the way? Have you guys watched the last 2 or 3 videos? I think that they're getting, so not only, we did a lot of work for a long time making these streams better, and I think that we're getting really close to having like how can it even get better than this? But during the time that we were working so hard on making the stream better, I think I kind of neglected the regular videos for a long time. But now we've just recently come up with this system where we're trying to get those out quicker, and we have it to where we can do them more often, and they're edited a little bit more to, I guess, make them more entertaining. Because, you know, if you live in Iowa, for example, and I only talk about Iowa for 15 seconds in a video, we still want you to stick around for the whole thing, even if you don't care what the weather's going to be like in this area or that area. We want these videos to be interesting for anybody to watch at any time. So we're trying to make them a little bit more entertaining, I guess. So what do you guys think about the videos here recently? Love the last 2 videos, clean, and I love the special effects. We're also trying to get much more to the point. So I've noticed something is like, I'll just start rambling, and like I've already made my point, but for some reason I just keep talking, and I'm trying to minimize that in the videos. And I think that's making them a lot better too. We're way more straightforward and to the point. All right, we talked about this. Let's move on. Let's go, go, go. Just post every day. We might be to a point to where we can post every day, but at the same time, there's a novelty to my videos and streams that I think, so like, I hear this a lot on Twitter and on Facebook and stuff. Whenever I decide that I'm going to go do a stream, people are like, oh, well, Ryan's streaming, something's probably going to happen. I want to maintain that. I don't want to live stream for every single thunderstorm event, because if that's what I did, then eventually people would be like, oh, well, Ryan streamed like 5 days last week, and he literally just went outside on his front porch and watched a sprinkle and a lightning strike or 2. Like, I want to make sure that when we do these live streams, people understand there's a reason that we're doing it. It's going to be a widespread event. But I don't want to only do this during high-risk events. I do want to start getting into more of the enhanced risk events and stuff like today, where we had just such a widespread area affected. I think that's important to cover too. A lot of people like the videos. We're always going to do the videos. Yeah, I think we had a brief discussion at one point about maybe only doing live streams, but we have completely chucked that idea into the garbage. We are going to continue to do the videos because they are vitally important. Alan says, thank you for all that you do. Great information is always provided. Living my dream of being a chaser through your channel. Any thoughts for what the Indiana areas should expect for the rest of the night? I think you're okay. I think you're going to see right there, but on the border of Illinois and Indiana. I think you're going to see another round of storms. Hardly any wind, barely any hail, just very heavy rain and lightning and stuff. That's going to come through. And then it'll cool down a little bit. And then it'll be over. And then that's it. And then tomorrow you could expect some more storms too. Maybe some stronger storms. But for the most part, I think you're all right. I really, really appreciate that. Ryan's yawning must mean things are winding down. Yeah, things are winding down. I do want to stay here for just a little while longer, though, just in case things want to take a random wind up. But it doesn't look like that's happening. I want to say a big shout out to our storm chasers today. We had Reed Timmer, we had Brandon Kopic, Zach and Frankie, and of course we had Vince Welty. And we had our wonderful live cameras from Des Moines, Iowa, Madison County, Kentucky, and Bloomington, Minnesota. Although I think that Bloomington, Minnesota one is like not live. That looks like daylight up there.
This position, I'll be patrol other handled outside agency. 1384
One last view of the storms, and then we'll wrap it up. Nothing is really happening right now. Somebody said in the chat, can we talk about what's happening? Yeah, there's a couple storms here and there. We got a severe thunderstorm near Roanoke Rapids and Halifax. We've got a severe thunderstorm just north of Greensboro, North Carolina. We have a severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm. This is probably the only place where something's actually really happening. And this is in Nicholasville, coming into the southern portion of Lexington, Kentucky. Get ready for some strong winds. Also, these are some strong storms up here that are moving into Wilmington, Ohio, and Hillsborough and Lynchburg. These will be some 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. Back here towards Madison and the border between Kentucky and Indiana near Walton, we've got 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. Small storm moving through the southeastern portion of Louisville, Kentucky right now, but nothing crazy, nothing severe. A big blob of heavy rain is coming through Effingham and McLeansboro in Illinois, and it's going to move east into Mount Carmel and Robinson and Farmersburg. Up here in Minnesota and Wisconsin, between La Crosse and Sparta and Tama and Cashton, we have a pretty strong storm that's going through with some large hail into La Crosse. This will continue east into Wetsby, and then, of course, eventually Norwalk and Kendall and Lafarge and Hillsborough. Y'all get ready for that. But the tornadic activity, the tornadic threat is null and void at this point. Jaden says, Ryan, you inspired me ever since the Mayfield event. I got my friends on Radar Omega, and I think you've inspired me enough that I'm going to go get my meteorology degree. Thank you, Ryan. That's awesome, man. I hope that you get that degree, and I hope that you go on to help a ton of people. Tornado sirens in Middleton, Ohio. Do you see rotation? Nope. Not saying that there couldn't be a tornado tonight, but the tornado threat is going down incredibly. Do you see a world record dew point in Tennessee on Saturday? Nope. I don't know if it'll be a world record. Could be a local record. I don't know, honestly. Jason says the Y'all Squad crushed it. Yes, the Y'all Squad did. Thank y'all. Sirens can also mean high winds, right? Yeah, towns have different reasons why they'll do the sirens. I think that it should only be for tornado warnings, but sometimes if there's a considerable severe thunderstorm or a destructive severe thunderstorm, they'll issue those, but neither of those are in effect in Ohio right now. All right. That's it. I'm calling it. I thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Make sure you go get you a hat or a t-shirt or something from shopryanhall.com. Lord goodness. And of course, download Radar Omega. I'm working really hard on creating this series of videos where we teach you how to use Radar Omega. But understand this, it's simple enough. Just to look at the radar, it's really simple. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do with Radar Omega. You can do all kinds of stuff. But if you just want to look at the radar, it is incredibly simple. But if you want to get the most out of it, I guess we are going to be releasing some videos here soon. I've been saying that for a while, but it's true. We're working on it, all right? Download Radar Omega if for no reason other than to support this channel. Even if you've already got a good radar app, if you think you're going to get one, like if you already have a radar app that you like, and you're like, well, let's get Radar Omega to support the Y'all Squad. It will end up being your new favorite radar app. I can just about promise you that. All right, thank you guys. Huge shout out to Carly and Andy for being awesome and doing what they do. Huge shout out to everybody else on the team, the moderators, the weather analysts, the researchers, the Franks, the Rileys, the Chads. Shout out to every single one of you. It's been a great stream. It was a fun stream. I enjoyed doing the handheld camera. I thought it was cool. All right, we're going to end it now. Goodbye.